We need to be live first. Are we good to go? We're good to go? There we go. Good to go. I'd like to call this meeting this morning, March 12th, the regular county council meeting to order at 9:30. I would like to start with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge Athabasca County is located on First Nations Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 traditional territory. We respect and honor all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples' connection to these lands, their history, language, and culture. We are going to look at the approval of the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions? All right. I know we're going to go through the consent agenda, the items that I know we are going to be discussing today, 2.1, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 6.2, 7.1, 8.1, 8.6, 9.1, 9.2, and all of our closed session items, 13.1 through 13.4. Are there any others that council would like to bring forward to discuss? Any other items? Go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
3.2.
3.2. Okay. Are there any others? All right, may I have a motion? Thank you. Councillor Calhoun would like to make the motion to approve the minutes as discussed. All those in favor, or pardon me, the agenda, approve the agenda. Sorry, as discussed. Are there any opposed? You approve? Okay, that's 9-0. Thank you. And Councillor Hall, if you'd like to start us off for the approval of the minutes on 3.2, or actually we'll do 3.1. I'm jumping all over. The special county council meeting wasn't discussed, so 3.2.
Subject to amending, so on page both 9 and 10, there's a reference to Sergeant Hall, but Sergeant Hall is actually Staff Sergeant Hall. And so I just thought we'd want to correct that in the minutes, both second last line of page 9 and the third last bullet on page 10. And with those corrections, I would move the minutes as presented.
Okay, and I'm sorry, can you repeat the corrections so that I can make the note?
Both references to Sergeant Hall are staff, should be Staff Sergeant Hall.
Okay, Staff Sergeant, yep. So S//SGT. Right, everybody has that? Okay. Page 9 and 10, I believe it is. Yes. So at the bottom, page 9, the second last paragraph, it says Sergeant Percy and then Hall. It should be Staff Sergeant Hall. Yep, there. And as well on page 10, I believe it is also at the bottom, last paragraph, just before the bullets, RCMP Sergeant Hall, it's Staff Sergeant Hall. Okay, awesome. And I think is that everything everybody has? All right, Councillor Hall would like to approve the minutes as amended. Everybody's ready for the vote. All those in favor? Do I have any opposed? 9-0. Thank you. All right. So we will begin. 4.1 of our agenda is the public hearing for bylaw 001/2026. And I will begin by saying good morning. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for attending the public hearing regarding bylaw 011/2026, land use bylaw amendment for part of Northeast 367117 west of the 4th from Hamlet Residential HR to Direct Control DC in the Hamlet of Wandering River. I'm Tracy Holland, Reeve of Athabasca County and Division 5 Councillor, and I will be the chair of the hearing. On behalf of council, I would like to welcome you all here today. And before we begin, I would also like to take a moment for introductions of those councillors present, beginning on my right.
Good morning, Rob Mins, Division 8, Baptiste Lake, Island Lake area.
Morning. Good morning, Ken Stasiuk. I'm Division 1 down in the Rochester area. Welcome.
Good morning, I'm Cody Calahoo. I represent Division 9, north of the river area.
Brian Hall, elected in Division 4, Southwest Athabasca.
Good morning, Natasha Kaptaniuk, elected in Division 2, Collington, New Pine Creek, and Minook, sorry. Kelly Chomsek, Division 7 Grassland, Atmore, Prosvita areas.
Good morning, Lucille Chisholm, Division 3, so the Boyle, Elscott, Caslin area.
Good morning, Jack DeHolick, the Alpac Wandering River area, Division 6.
Thank you so much. We also have with us our communications coordinator, Angela Kazmerschuk, our recording secretary, Leah Blair, our director of community and protective services, Krista Wilkinson in the back. We have our planning and development manager, Diane Cloutier, and I also see Ms. McConnell in the back over there behind you as well. And I'm sure CAO Beck will be introducing himself here, but he is our CAO. And I don't believe we have anybody visiting us via Zoom, if I'm not mistaken. All righty. So any persons who wish to be heard, if you could please give your full name now. If you wish to be heard today.
Jennifer Hankinson
Okay, thank you.
and my father-in-law Doug.
Hi, thank you, welcome. All righty, the public hearing for bylaw 011-2026 is now open, and I will turn the floor over to Secretary Bob Beck to announce the purpose of the hearing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The purpose of this public hearing is for Athabasca Council of the County to hear testimony from interested parties. It is not meant to be a debate between presenters, and all comments must be directed to council through the chair. Only one person may speak at a time, and each person wishing to provide input to council will have the opportunity to do so. The ground rules of the hearing and the order of speaking will be: Manager of Planning and Development, Diane Cloutier, will speak first to outline the background and provide an explanation of the bylaw. Members of the public who are wishing to be heard will be given the opportunity to speak. Ms. Cloutier will be given the opportunity to present closing remarks or address any of the issues presented. Councillors will be given the opportunity to ask questions. Council will then end the public hearing and will later consider the information received at the public hearing. Council will only consider matters raised at the hearing. Only councillors may ask questions of speakers during the hearing. If any persons want to ask questions of a speaker, they must ask the chair to ask the question on their behalf during their presentation. And the chair will only ask the question if the chair wishes to have an answer in order to undertake its consideration.
Thank you very much, CAO Beck. Before hearing from the public, I would ask Ms. Cloutier to provide background and explanation of the proposed bylaw, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council. So today we are having a public hearing for both bylaws 11-2026 and 12-2026. Council granted first reading on February 12th to both these bylaws. Bylaw 011-2026 was proposed to redistrict 1.74 hectares or 4.3 acres of part of Northeast 367117 west of the 4 from the Hamlet Residential District to Direct Control District, to define the uses permitted within this area, and to assign council as the development authority for the uses and regulation. Bylaw 012-2026 is a bylaw to amend the Hamlet of Wandering River Community Plan by including section 7 or 5.7 direct control policies, and to change part of Northeast 367117 west of the 4th being 1.74 hectares or 4.3 acres in the Wandering River Community Plan from low density Hamlet residential to direct control. The parcel is located within the Hamlet of Wandering River on the west boundary of the Hamlet border. The applicant requested the bylaw amendment to facilitate the construction of a garage for storage on site. The purpose of the garage is for commercial use, which does not meet the intentions of the existing Hamlet residential district zoning, nor is an accessory building permitted without a principal building on site. Administration recommended redistricting the portion of land to the direct control district. This zoning district prescribed council as the development authority who will review any development applications submitted for the area. Schedule B of bylaw 11-2026 listed uses that may be considered by council, and council could add any conditions they feel practical, relevant, and required for the permit. The Wandering River Community Plan acts as an area structure plan for this area, and bylaw 12-2026 proposed an amendment to the plan by changing the area from low density residential to direct control, and adds policy 5.7 to the community plan regarding how direct control uses will be applied to parcels. Notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the February 24th and March 3rd edition of the Town and Country This Week Athabasca Advocate newspaper and placed on the county's website starting the week of February 23rd. A public hearing is required under Section 216 and 692 of the Municipal Government Act, and it provides an opportunity for council to hear comments on the proposed land use bylaw amendment and area structure plan amendment by a person, group, or anyone representing them who claim to be affected by the proposed bylaws. Letters providing information on today's public hearing were mailed to adjacent landowners on February 23rd. Letters of support were received during the review of the application and shared with council during the February 12th, 2026 regular council meeting. The submission register has been prepared and included the letters, and they will be circulated for council today. And they will be placed in the record. In addition to the advertisement on the website and in the local paper, notification was circulated to internal departments, utility companies, and agencies that may be affected by the proposed rezoning. The following responses were received. Alberta Forestry and Parks had no response. Alberta Health Services had no response. Apex Utilities had no concerns. Fortis Alberta had no response received. Northern Lights School Division, no response received. NRCB, no response received. Telecommunications had no concerns. Agricultural Services had no concerns. Infrastructure Services will require the applicant to enter into a road use agreement, and planning staff had no concerns. During the February 12th council meeting to consider first reading, the planning department did not provide council with information that may have been pertinent to the decision-making process. On December 18th, administration received an application for development permit. However, due to the existing zoning of the land use bylaw and the regulations of the land use bylaw, the application could not be accepted. The application was for a 56-foot by 64-foot, one-story garage, with a proposed height of 24 feet. The proposed location is tucked in the northwest corner, close to the dwelling located on Lot 1A, Block 10, Plan 962-1448. The garage would store up to 3 trucks inside, and the site would accommodate the storage of up to 3 trailers and a skid steer. There would be no storage of hazardous materials and a maximum of 3 staff and potential operating hours of 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. This area, including the parking, will be gravelled, similar to the access from 52 Ave. Schedule B of bylaw 1226 that was included in the February 12th council package should have been an insert from figure 8.1, and that is part of the information that's circulated to you today. That is figure 8.1 of the Wandering River Community Plan. Administration created a copy that illustrates the proposed 4.3 acres by a purple hashtag area. As you will see, the proposed 4.3 acres encompasses an area designated as low density, as well as a portion of land dedicated as open space, which was not originally identified on bylaw 12/2026. Following first reading of bylaw 011 and 012, administration took notes of council's comments and is working with the applicant on a possible change, such as reducing the area to redistrict that would permit the construction of the garage and storage, while addressing concerns about industrial activity close to residential properties. Reducing the area will also avoid the portion of land dedicated as open space that is identified on figure 8.1. Administration will prepare recommendations to council that includes amendments to both bylaw 11 and 12 prior to giving these bylaws any further readings, and this will come at a future council meeting. Council may also wish to provide specific direction to admin through a motion following the conclusion of this public hearing.
Thank you very much. Does council have any questions or points of clarification they wish to ask Ms. Cloutier? Go ahead, please, Councillor Tahalik.
Yeah, everything looks good here. The only thing is the back alley. I don't know if it's identified. Does it come right up to the entranceway, that back alley, coming from the south side of that, there's a residential area.
Madam Chair, members of council, in the package that was circulated of the February 12th regular council meeting, if we look on page 165, it does show an aerial of the area. If you're talking about the back alley that's on the southern boundary of the single family or the parcels just south of 52nd Ave, it does not extend west. So it does end at the end of that road just on the east side of Lot 1A.
Is that okay, Counselor DeHolick? You've understand it?
Yeah, I understand it now. Yes, fine.
Alrighty. Does any other counselor have any points of clarification they wish to ask Ms. Cloutier? I know with receiving the package this morning, it's we don't have much time to have a review of it, so I'm sure that if there's any questions coming forward, we will get to those. So I think we can move to Ms. Cloutier. Are there any written materials that have been submitted other than what we have in our package? And I believe those were all submitted on the February 12th agenda, if I'm not mistaken.
Madam Chair, members of council, the register of submissions does include the information that, or the letters of support in the February 12th, but there is also the three last ones from Apex, TELUS, and Paul Anderson and Tammy Gurman. Those were newly added ones for today's public hearing. So those have been included in the submission.
Would it be possible to please read those into the record?
Yeah, for sure,
Please.
Madam Chair, members of council. From March 3rd, 2026. Good day. Thank you for including TELUS in your circulation. At this time, TELUS has no concerns with the proposed activities. And then on March 5th, 2026, we, Paul Anderson and Tammy Gurman, are the owner residents of the property located on 5407 52nd Ave in Wandering River, which is adjacent to the property at Northeast 7117 west of the 4th. I'm aware that my neighbor, Doug and Colin Hankinson with Gateway Mobile Steam, is planning to construct a garage on their property. I understand the general location and nature of the proposed garage project. I have no objections to the construction of this garage and support their application and any related approvals that they may require by the municipality. If you require any additional information, please feel free to contact me, Paul Anderson and Gammy Gurman. And then Apex Utilities has no objections to the proposed bylaw amendment described in the file mentioned above. We wish to advise that we have no facilities in the proposed subdivision. However, please notify utility safety partners at phone number provided to arrange for field locating should excavations be required within the described area. We wish to advise that any relocation of existing facilities will be at the expense of the developer, and payment of contributions required for new gas facilities will be the responsibility of the developer.
Okay, thank you. And there's one more from Jennifer Bailey, March 6th.
Madam Chair, is that in the package?
Yes, it is the second last page.
Oh, Madam Chair, thank you. Sorry, that's the February or March 6th email. Please see attached for letters of support. This one is from Doug's neighbor and probably the only resident that would actually have a view of the shop. Please add to the rest. I'm also planning to make a short video that I can show the council and area and our town. If I can get it done, I can send it to you so that it will be shown at the meeting. Is that the one?
Has that arrived? Yeah. Has the video?
No, Madam Chair, it has not, but Ms. Hankinson is in the gallery and wishes to speak.
Okay, thank you so much. And the rest of the letters, I believe, as mentioned, February 12th, they were there in the February 12th agenda. I don't believe they required to be read into the record since we've kind of gone through them during that particular meeting. So they will be part of the record, though. All right. So thank you. Before I call upon those wishing to speak, I'm assuming you're wishing to speak? Yes. Okay, so there's a few housekeeping items. So please direct your presentation to the chair and limit your presentation to 5 minutes in duration. When you're ready to speak, please turn on the microphone there in front. There is a long button on the bottom. When it turns red, you will see that it's live and ready to go. And that's to not only for our live streaming, but for everybody else to hear you well. So I will call, of course, on those who wish to speak in support first, and those who wish, I don't believe we have, in opposition to speak second. But if you'd like to come to the forward, please state your name for the record before you begin, and go ahead with your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jennifer Hankinson. I'm here on behalf of Gateway Mobile Steam. Colin is my husband and Doug is my father-in-law. I'm here today to hopefully get you to agree with our rezoning application. I would like to provide you with a little information before we begin. Doug and Kay moved to Wandering River in 1970. My husband was born and raised here. He brought me to Wandering River in 1997. We have 2 children. Our oldest recently moved back from Calgary with her husband. They have purchased an acreage and have started their family. Our son purchased a home in Wandering River this past December. This means our family owns 4 homes, 3 in the town site and 1 acreage. We also own 3 businesses and 1 campground. I'm telling you this so that you understand that we have skin in the game. We aren't going anywhere. We have no intention of selling our homes or our businesses. We have a succession plan in place. As you are aware, we are wanting to rezone a small piece of the 55 acres that Gateway Mobile Steam owns so that our company can build a shop, oversized garage to house our trucks and skid steer. The company owns 2 vac trucks, a steamer truck, skid steer, lawnmowers, a bunch of different assets. These assets remove the sewer for the people that pay taxes in our community. It also deals with the frozen culverts, cleans the water treatment facility and lift station, removes snow, and mows the grass at the entrance of our town site. We've also been known to help county employees when they run into trouble, whether they are looking for information, a pull, tools, or parts. I've watched the last meeting where some concerns have been raised, and I'm hoping to ease some of them for you. I really would encourage you to take a field trip and see our town. In listening to the meeting, I think some of you have never been. There was a concern raised about growth and how new residents would feel living next to a 3-story building. Number 1, there will be no residents on this property. The parcel is 55 acres with zoning of residential, industrial, and commercial. The county will not allow this piece to be subdivided into lots without land surveys and environmental study, which will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. We have looked into it and have decided it is not feasible at this time. It's a shame, really. Our son had wanted one of those lots to build his dream home, and Wandering River doesn't have enough housing. 2, max height as per the county resident or regulations is 36 feet. That's not the height of our building. Our building will have 16-foot walls and then a peak, making it approximately 26 feet. It's backed onto a piece of farmland. The only resident beside my in-laws won't even see it. Letters of support have been provided. Someone raised the concern about noise. The vac trucks only make noise when they're sucking. The pump isn't running when it's parked on our property. These trucks have been on that property since before most of the people have. Gateway Mobile Steam started in 1996. We are good neighbors, and as far as I know, in the 30 years of existence, there has never been a complaint. One counselor had mentioned that they would prefer to see a gas station on this property instead of our shop. That's interesting as we tried to get the property rezoned 2 years ago, and that's why it was declined. Under industrial, we could put a fuel station or an auto wrecker in the residential area, although that was never our intention. All we want is to build a beautiful building to house our equipment. We are now seeking a rezoning under direct control, essentially giving the council some control over what can be put there. We are aware that council wants the shop built on one of the parcels zoned commercial. Those lots aren't cleared. It would cost us over $30,000 just to bring in the water, never mind the power and the gas. An approach would have to be built and there's no security. There is theft in Wandering River. This building will be out by itself with no one around. As mentioned before, if we could have sold some of the lots, there would be more people around keeping an eye on things. The RCMP are 45 minutes away and bylaw comes out once or twice a week during daytime hours. If the county would like to pay the cost to bring in the services, put in the approach and provide some security, we would happily build there. This shop means a lot to us. When it's 40 below and a resident has frozen lines or sewer backing up, the truck needs to start. We won't need to run 100 feet of extension cords and pray that it's going to start in the morning. When we need to fix something, it can be done in the warmth of a shop instead of outside with tarps and a Herman Nelson. A shop just makes our lives easier. Having it next to my in-laws is not only cost effective as services are there, but also from a security standpoint.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Does council have any questions or points of clarification I'd like to ask Ms. Hankinson? Please go ahead, Councillor Stasia.
Thank you, through the chair. Were any of your family involved in the area structure plan or community structure plan, in this case, way back in the day when it was first developed?
No.
We bought that land. Because we bought this land.
Can I ask that you speak your name beforehand, before you speak, please?
You need to say your name. You want your name.
I'm Doug Hankinson. I'm the president of Gateway Mobile Steam with my son. And we purchased this 55 acres of land on the west side of Wandering River. And when we made the deal, it was open land that we could do whatever we wanted. We could plan everything ourselves on this land. But then the first maps I got from the county, they'd already rezoned it for us, and that screwed all our plans up. So that's why we're trying to rezone this on this land, but it's right up against my property, which I've had since 1996. And there is no back alley behind us. The back alley starts to the east of us and runs straight east. So this land butts right up against our land, so it makes sense for us to build our shop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stasiak, do you have?
Yeah,
any further
actually,
questions or clarification?
Through the chair to administration, can you give me some idea when the area structure plan was actually established in relation to, as these people have said, when they came here, it was wide open, they could do anything? Was the area structure plan decided on while they were buying, before they were buying, after they were buying?
Madam Chair, members of council, I can tell you that the Wandering River Community Plan was adopted in July of 2012.
Thank you. So I guess I'm a little bit confused as well. If a property is been owned for some time, is it possible for an area structure plan, I guess, to be created and rezoning the district within the property without the owner knowing? I guess I'm confused.
Madam Chair, members of council, the area structure plan does not redistrict lands. It just provides future land use designation for future projects. The rezoning takes place through a bylaw amendment at the time. And so again, the area structure plan would have been created with just future plans for the area.
Okay, and then in the package that we've been received this morning, there's 3 different zones. So there's the commercial, there's the light industrial, as well as Hamlet residential. I guess I'm confused how that would happen without the owner knowing. Did I understand Mr. Hankinson properly when he said that the county rezoned it without him knowing?
We were misinformed when we purchased the land. Like, it was when we purchased it and it went through the lawyer and all of that, none of this was said. We assumed that we could purchase this land, we could go ahead and do as we pleased with it. And our intention was to do some residential lots and then do some stuff with the commercial side. We have put one commercial building, the Red Barn Ice Cream is ours, and it's on one piece of it. But we can't subdivide it. It's just not possible without going through all of these different surveys, land surveys, environmental studies. Like, our hands are tied. And so once it was purchased, that's when it was discovered that we're going to have all of these hiccups. When we first came, like in 2022, to get it rezoned, that's when it was like, okay, now we have a problem. And that's when we started looking into what we could do, talking with Tara, talking with different surveyors, like what it would look like. And it was like, okay, well, we can't do what we had initially had intended.
Okay, thank you. Wouldn't it show up on the tax assessment and whatnot, what the different zones are? I'm so confused why your lawyer didn't catch it. I'm so confused about that. So that's something I'll have to mull over. Appreciate that. Does anybody else have any points of clarification? Go ahead, Councillor Stasiak.
Thank you. Through the chair, one more question to administration. Are there any drawings in the system anywheres that would show a plan for generations down the road? It stops, there's the back alley, I'm assuming, that is going to the south, but there's no more drawings beyond that. Was there any future consideration anywheres in our system for development, future development, or future community structure plan?
Madam Chair, members of council, the area structure plan would figure 8.1 does identify those areas where future low density residential, medium, commercial, where all those would be, but it doesn't go into detail of what the subdivided lots would look like. That's usually comes at the time of application for a subdivision. So figure 8.1 does show this area as mixed hamlet residential, or low residential and medium residential. And that's on that figure 8.1. But it doesn't have specific roads or back alleys or lot sizes on them.
Okay, and I think, as was spoken to earlier about one of the concerns, and I think it was me actually that had the concern about future growth, and what my concern was back then, and still a little confused about it, is that that back alley that we see, I don't know what would be to the left of your drawing, I was kind of concerned back then, if there was future development at any given time, was that provision made so that that back alley would extend, or avenue, I guess it would be, it's not numbered on here or there. I guess it is there in the future. So what would happen to it? Would it be closed off? Would there be provisions made to extend it maybe 2 generations down or anything like that? That was what my concern was back then. Still kind of is in a way, and just looking for explanation on it.
Yeah, for sure. Madam Chair, members of council. So the back alley, kind of depending on what the future subdivision would look like. If Mr. Hankinson, for example, came in with a subdivision plan, he'd have to show where the alleys are, where the routes are, where the access is, and what the lots look like. And there could be potential for that back alley to extend, but at this time we don't have any drawings. So right now it stops just short of that access point. And then it would have to be part of a subdivision tentative plan when they come with that, to show where everyone's going to get access, if there's a need for back alleys and stuff like that.
Okay, through the chair, question for the Hankinsons. By rezoning that parcel, what I'm seeing here is it's blocking off any potential extension of that alley. Do you have a comment on that?
So that back alley, we maintain it now. We gravel it. It runs adjacent to my father-in-law's property. We gravel it now and it would extend. It's going to extend so that we can get into the new shop.
Yes, but it would dead end once that's rezoned, correct?
If we're able to eventually rezone those lots and be able to sell those lots or do whatever, part of the deal, and when I said it would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, we'd have to do full drainage, full roads. It would be as if we're building a subdivision is what the expectation is. And so, yes, that road would extend and it would have to be like a regular subdivision.
So for clarity then, if it was, what we're talking about rezoning here extends beyond to the east of that alley.
Mhm.
So essentially beyond extension at some point in time, you would have M1 on both sides of that alley. Is that correct?
No, that back alley will go straight south.
Correct.
And there's another back alley that goes straight to the left, east. And our zoning will not interfere with that whatsoever. Everything that we're doing is on the west side of that road.
Right, but the drawing that we're looking at here shows the rezoning extends at least one lot to the east of that alley.
No, that's incorrect. Because that road can go straight in and there's lots of room for expansion for houses on the left-hand side.
Through the chair, can I extend this for him to take a look at?
Absolutely. I believe Ms. Cloutier already showed. Yeah.
So see here, this is the back alley
Mhm.
and see it comes like this.
Can we just clarify a comment that was made? This is not going to M1. This is a public hearing to talk about going to direct control. There's a wild and huge difference between the two. And I feel like we've lost the plot. We're talking about a public hearing to rezone to direct control. We're not talking about an area structure plan for what might happen in 4 generations or 2 generations or next week. We have an owner who has said, we have no plans to do anything with this except build a shop. And I'm wondering if we can refocus on the matter at hand.
Thank you. Yes, the area structure plan will be the next bylaw, next public hearing,
Okay,
right after this one. Yeah, thank you. All righty. Does anybody else have any questions of clarification? Go ahead, please, Councillor DeHoller.
Well, the way I understand that, that valley, back alley does extend into your driveway, right? That's where it'll begin. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, that's the part I was a little bit unsure of. So if it starts there and continues, I think we're fine.
And it will, like, it'll extend a little bit so that we can get to
Mhm.
our property, but we're not gonna do the whole back alley for the whole 55 acres. We're
Right,
just doing it so we can access our property.
Yeah.
And then it'll end there. Now, what happens when our children take over these businesses and land and whatever? Well, that'll be their problem. We'll be dead by then, so.
Thank you. If I'm not mistaken, just for clarity purposes, the back alley is not actually owned included in your lot. It's, no. So this would be part of the hamlet, not part of your property. Okay, thank you. All right. Is anybody else?
For
Go
clarity,
ahead,
are you
please,
guys
Councillor.
talking about the back alley or are you talking about that stub of a street to the west of 53rd A?
Well, I'm understanding the back alley is running east-west behind the lots. There's 3 lots. Then there's the laneway that comes off
The
52nd Street.
undeveloped alley that's
to-
back there outside of the plan that we're talking about, that one?
The little back alley here that we're looking at on the package that was given to us this morning. We have the main laneway that's next to the Hankinson's home that goes south. And then I'm assuming the back alley everyone's referring to is running east-west, just to the left of it. You're referring to the laneway. Okay. There we go. So I think we're all on the same page now.
so once again, through the chair, thank you. With respect to what Councillor Hall has asked and staying within the zoning, it is important to me to know exactly where we are rezoning. And according to this diagram, we are trying to discuss rezoning beyond that laneway that's going north and south And that was what my concern was. I don't have a problem with the shop. We're not even talking about the shop at this point. It's great for information. But on the other hand, if that alley or that laneway extends further south, according to this drawing, there will be M1 on the east, or direct control, I'm sorry. There will be direct control on both sides of that laneway. And it's only for clarification. I'm not making any judgment at this point. I just wanted to understand that will there be direct control on both sides of that laneway at some future date?
Madam Chair, members of council, if I may, the parcel of land of the north, now I have the northeast 367117. It begins at the end of that laneway. So the landowners will be able to access the laneway to that northeast quarter, but the road itself won't be registered as a laneway extending beyond what's already there and registered. So potentially their driveway may be on each side of the area zoned as direct control, but it's not a registered roadway. The registered roadway ends at the north boundary of that quarter section or the remnant of the quarter section.
Sorry, that laneway is at this point registered or not?
The laneway is registered
Up to the point,
up to the point,
south point of it.
correct.
Okay.
And then the Hankinson's property starts at that border and goes south. So the intentions are not to subdivide or create another registered laneway. It'll serve as access from 52nd Ave south through the laneway into their parcel. And that's where Infrastructure Services has asked for a road use agreement.
Okay, thank you.
So regarding the road use agreement, if I may, that's only for the laneway, or is that also for 52nd Ave and any other access?
Madam Chair, at this point, I'm not quite sure. For sure, it'll be for the laneway use, but it may also encompass 52nd Ave.
And I'm assuming 54th Street would be the enter and exit onto 52nd Ave to limit going through the hamlet?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of council, Ms. Hankinson has confirmed that they do come in through 54th Street to their
Okay.
property.
So off of, just for everybody's township 720 and onto 54th Street, then onto 52nd Ave, and then into the laneway. Okay, thank you. I don't see anybody else with, go ahead, please, Deputy Reed-Mins.
So through the chair, to administration, I guess, or would be getting back to redistricting this to direct control. And it looks like it's a bigger area than what actually the Hankinsons need. So if they say all of a sudden they come back in and they want to build another shop, like, does that have to come, being it's under direct control, does that have to come back to council?
Madam Chair, members of council, any development on that land, if the direct control district proceeds, any application for development has to come to council. Council is the only development authority in that district.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And if can go back to Mr. Hankinson, if I may, did you mention that the drawing that we're looking at here on page 164 of the February 12th package, the space that's there is showing plus or minus 110 meters east-west, and then 156 meters north-south, if I believe, on the sides. Did you mention that that wasn't correct? That it was supposed to be smaller?
So how many acres is just, you got marked out here now? Because our shop is gonna be, as you go south, it's gonna be on your right-hand side.
So,
And this lane will not interfere with any traffic in and out.
okay, so that's 4.3 acres that is in the red square on that page?
Yeah. Because we've got lots of room to put our shop on the right-hand side. As you come in that laneway, you
Okay.
come in about 50 feet or 50 or 100 feet, that's where our shop is going to be built.
And that's right behind your house.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So do we need to have, please?
Madam Chair, can I ask a question of our planning department? Have there been discussions with the applicant about reducing the size of the rezoning, which would address some of the concerns?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of council, thank you, CEO Beck. I briefly mentioned it in my speaking notes, but we have been working with the Hankinsons following first reading, and we are looking at reducing the size of that 4.3 acre area, which will be coming to council in a future meeting for proposed amendments to these bylaws. So we are addressing, we've heard the concerns about the size of area, and we had received confirmation from the Hankinsons that we can reduce it. There's a possibility, and so we will be coming to council with that.
Awesome, thank you. I think that's very helpful. Appreciate that. All right, does anybody else have any questions for clarification? Anybody? All right. Thank you so much for your presentation. I will ask, is there anyone else who has not spoken and wishes to speak? All righty. Does the applicant wish to make any closing comments? Okay, thank you. At this time, does council have any additional questions of any speaker or of the staff? Okay. Does anyone feel they have not been fairly heard? All right, there being no further testimony, I will close the public hearing. And I must further advise that council cannot receive any further information on this matter. So thank you for attending the public hearing, and I declare the public hearing closed at 10:17. Awesome. All right, we are going into item 4.2, which is the public hearing for bylaw 012/2026. So I will begin, if I may. Once again, good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending the public hearing regarding bylaw 012/2026. You might want to stay. This is your second one. Yep, absolutely. So this is for the area structure plan amendments to include direct control policies and change part of Northeast 367117 west of the 4th from low density hamlet residential to direct control in the hamlet of Wandering River. I'm Tracy Holland, Reeve of Athabasca County and Division 5 Counselor, and I will be the chair of the hearing. On behalf of council, I would like to welcome you all here today. We've all gone through the introduction, so I don't think we'll repeat that process. The secretary of the public hearing is Bob Beck, who is the CAO for Athabasca County. And again, I introduced all of administration that are here today. Any persons who have joined the meeting in person or via Zoom and wish to be heard should please give their full name now. Did you want to speak on this one today, or you're?
I think everything that we had wanted to say has already been said, but
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you so much. So the public hearing for bylaw 012/2026 is now open. I will turn the floor over to Secretary Bob Beck to announce the purpose for these hearings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The purpose of this public hearing is for Athabasca Council of the County to hear testimony from interested parties. It is not meant to be a debate between presenters, and all comments must be directed to council through the chair. Only one person may speak at a time, and each person wishing to provide input to council will have the opportunity to do so. The ground rules of the hearing and the order of speaking will be: Manager of Planning and Development Diane Cloutier will speak first to outline the background and provide an explanation of the bylaw. Members of the public who are wishing to be heard will be given the opportunity to speak. Ms. Cloutier will be given the opportunity to present closing remarks or address any of the issues presented. Councillors will be given the opportunity to ask questions. Council will then end the public hearing, will later consider the information received at the public hearing. Council will only consider matters raised at the hearing. Only councillors may ask questions of speakers during the hearing. If any persons want to ask questions of a speaker, they must ask the chair to ask the question on their behalf during their presentation. And the chair will only ask a question if the chair wishes to have an answer in order to undertake its consideration.
Thank you, CAO Beck. Before hearing from the public, if we hear from the public, I would ask Ms. Cloutier to provide background and explanation of the proposed bylaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council. So bylaw 1226 is a bylaw to amend the Hamlet of Wandering River Community Plan by including section 5.7 direct control policies and to change part of Northeast 367117 west of the fourth being 1.74 hectares or 4.3 acres in size of the community plan from low density to direct control. The Wandering River Community Plan acts as an area structure plan for this area, and bylaw 1226 proposes to amend the plan by changing the area to allow for proposed future development of a garage on site. The notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the February 24th and March 3rd edition of the Town and Country, as well as it was placed on the county's website starting the week of February 23rd. The public hearing is required under section 216 and 692 of the Municipal Government Act and provides an opportunity for council to hear comments on the proposed area structure plan and land use bylaw amendment made by any person or group or anyone representing them to claim to have an interest or affected by this proposed bylaw. Letters providing information on today's public hearing were mailed to adjacent landowners on February 23rd. And letters of support were received during the review of the application and shared with council during the February 12, 2026 regular council meeting, as well as the submission register prepared and included for council today. The Schedule B of bylaw 012-2026, which was included in the February 12th council package, should have been an insert from figure 8.1. And this morning we did hand out that for council's view to give an illustration of what we're talking about. Administration created this copy to show the proposed 4.3 acres by that purple hashtag area. As you will see, the proposed 4.3 acres encompasses an area designated as low density, as well as a portion of land dedicated as open space, which was not originally identified in bylaw 1226. Following first reading, administration is working with the applicants on reducing the size, and we will be bringing that to council at a future meeting with proposed amendments.
Thank you, Ms. Cloutier. Does council have any questions or points of clarification they wish to ask Ms. Cloutier? All right. Ms. Cloutier, are there any further written materials that haven't been mentioned this morning?
No, Madam Chair, nothing additional.
Thank you. Before I call upon those wishing to speak, just double check, nobody's wishing to speak. Thank you so very much. All right. Is there anyone else who has not spoken and wishes to speak? Does the applicant wish to make any closing comments? At this time, does council have any additional questions of the staff? There being no further testimony, I will close the public hearing. I further advise council cannot receive any further information on this matter. Thank you for attending the public hearing. I declare the public hearing closed at 10:23 a.m. I believe we'll take a quick recess, if I may, please, and we'll return at 10:30. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Thank you so much. We're back from our slight recess there. We are on item 4.3, our third public hearing for this morning. I will go right into it. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for attending the public hearing regarding bylaw 014-2026, text amendments to land use bylaw 004-2019. I'm Tracy Holland Reeve for Athabasca County and Division 5 Counselor, and I will be the chair of the hearing. We did do our introductions here already this morning. We'll just add Director Marcia Morton here to our attendance. The secretary of the public hearing is Bob Beck, who is the CAO for Athabasca County. Any persons, I don't believe, joined via Zoom, and we don't have anyone here by the public. The public hearing for bylaw 014-2026 is now open, and I will turn the floor over to Secretary Bob Beck to announce the purpose of this hearing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The purpose of this public hearing is for Athabasca Council of the County to hear testimony from interested parties. It is not meant to be a debate between presenters, and all comments must be directed to council through the chair. Only one person may speak at a time, and each person wishing to provide input to council will have the opportunity to do so. The ground rules of the hearing and the order of speaking will be: Policy and Governance Specialist Melanie McConnell will speak first to outline the background and provide an explanation of the bylaw. Members of the public who are wishing to be heard will be given the opportunity to speak. Ms. McConnell will be given the opportunity to present closing remarks or address any of the issues presented. Councillors will be given the opportunity to ask questions. Council will then end the public hearing and will later consider the information received at the public hearing. Council will only consider matters raised at the hearing. Only councillors may ask questions of speakers during the hearing. If any persons want to ask questions of a speaker, they must ask the chair to ask the question on their behalf during their presentation, and the chair will only ask the question if the chair wishes to have an answer in order to undertake its consideration.
Thank you, CAO Beck. I would like to ask Ms. McConnell to provide a background and explanation of the proposed bylaw, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of council. Council granted first reading to bylaw 014-2026 on February 12th, which is a bylaw that proposes text amendments to the land use bylaw as outlined in item 7.1 of council's agenda package and summarized as follows: revising section 2 agencies of the land use bylaw by striking out and substituting text to include reference to the Development Authority bylaw, the Subdivision Authority bylaw, and the Municipal Planning Commission bylaw, and further revising subsections 3.6 variance provisions for development permits to include reference to the Development Authority bylaw. Although bylaw 014-2026 is proposing text amendments to the land use bylaw, the decision-making powers and duties of the respective planning authorities are not changing and will be defined in the Development Authority, Subdivision Authority, and Municipal Planning Commission bylaw. Notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the February 24th and March 3rd editions of the Town and Country newspaper and placed on the county's website starting the week of February 23rd. A public hearing is required pursuant to section 692 of the Municipal Government Act. It provides an opportunity for council to hear any comments on the proposed land use bylaw amendment made by any person, group, or anyone representing them who claims to be affected by the proposed bylaw. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. McConnell. Does council have any questions or points of clarification they wish to ask Ms. McConnell? All right. Ms. McConnell, are there any written materials that have been submitted?
Madam Chair, there have been no written materials. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see that we don't have anyone from the public that are wishing to speak. So I will mention or ask, is there anyone else who has not spoken and wishes to speak? And I guess the applicant is the county. Would you like to make any closing comments?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does council have any questions at all for the speaker or staff? All right. There being no further testimony, I will close the public hearing. I further advise council cannot receive any further information on this matter. Thank you for attending the public hearing, and I declare the public hearing closed at 10:36. Right. We are moving to item 6.2 of your agenda package, which is policy 3405, the dust suppression. It's on page 59 of your agenda package, or begins there. There we go. And we do have a recommendation here from administration that the policy 3405 dust suppression be approved as presented. I think there's a few things for conversation, but if you would like to go ahead and discuss the administrative report, please do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Morning, Council. So we took the comments and feedback that we got from the Committee of the Whole, and we feel we've tried to capture all of those and included them in the policy. You do have an amended list that should have been handed out to you this morning instead of the one that was in the package. Those are a result of what we've heard from the committee, as well as the reference to the map book and subdivisions. So the administration feels that we've captured most of council's, I guess, requests to have in the policy. So welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Does council have any questions? Please go ahead, Councillor Capitania.
I just have a couple questions. How was determined that some truck fills will have it yearly and some will have it every second year?
That's just a historical. I don't have an answer for that. Sorry.
So then can they all be equal?
Yeah.
Then that's an easier answer to the public, I would think. Thanks. And by that, I mean, they could all be either every 2 years or they could all be either every year. That could be up for discussion.
Sorry, I just need clarification, which page we're referring to in the schedule and.
Well, I was referring to the new handout, and I was just curious if there was a reason that not all truck fills were treated equally. And there wasn't a reason, so I'm just suggesting for discussion, they either be treated equally every 2 years or treated equally every year, as they are high traffic areas in summer for sure.
Okay, so I'm looking for, we're looking under an item on page, okay, which page would that be now? Because I don't see it on here. Page 65, 66, I guess. So, okay, so the new handout that we got today. Okay, great. So that's page 5 that replaces page 65 or 66. 65, 66, and 67. So it's kind of a little bit confusing for us here this morning, but so under number 3, special circumstances, we have the Collinton potable truck fill, which other, where are they? Okay. Okay. Understood. Now we got, okay, I've got you where we're at. So the truck fills are under, the other truck fills would be under, I'm just having a look here to find them. Oh, okay, so they're under the number 1 major access roads and stabilization projects for the other truck fills. And Councillor Capitania is suggesting that we move Collinton potable truck fill over to the major access roads and stabilization projects, rather than leave it in the special circumstances. Have that correct? Perfect.
Either direction is fine. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, please, Councillor DeHaan.
Going on back to the London connector, is that a separate, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
We'll, if we can deal with this truck fill, then we'll get to that one. Does that work?
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. Oh, sorry, I'm regarding, it's dust control on it, on the connector that I'm talking about.
Yes, well, we're gonna get to that one, because we have those as a standalone from our last meeting. So, yeah, we can look at that one for sure. But are there any objections for council here to move the Collinton truck fill from special circumstances number 3 to number 1 major? Go ahead, please, Councillor.
Through the chair, do we grassland truck fill right now?
I believe we do. Yeah,
Do we?
like just the Range Road adjacent there. Right, it's at the,
I guess, did I say grassland? I meant Collington. Do we do
Oh.
Collington right now?
I was told we did it last year.
Okay,
So
yeah, because that could even go underneath, the hamlet,
Hamlet, yeah,
right?
it could.
You know,
Yeah.
because it's in the hamlet.
That's
so-
right.
So, okay,
May I?
Please.
You do have all the hamlets still under every second year.
Yeah.
So it would not really help with.
Go ahead, please, Councillor
Thank you
Stacey.
through the chair. If I may, can I get some clarification on why some of them are highlighted in yellow and others aren't on our agenda package?
We received,
No, I realize that,
yeah.
but I'm trying to compare the two and I'm somewhat confused where anybody is seeing some are every year and some are every second year.
It's under the schedule. It identifies when it's done.
Yes, every second year.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then like Schedule B is on an annual.
All right, so just to make sure that the Collington truck fill, I feel should be identified separately rather than be part of the hamlet. I'm fine with moving it to the major access roads. So Schedule B, so moving it from Schedule A to Schedule B. Everybody's, go ahead, please, Councillor
If
Howard.
a motion needs to be made for that, I can make it.
Councillor Hall.
I think when I look at this, I read that differently. So Schedule B is talking about the road beside the truck fill, not the truck fill. So it's because it talks about calcium chloride from Highway 55 and south 400 meters. So that's on the access road, I think. Yes, at Grassland. So the difference between the two is one is on the access road beside the truck fill. And the other one, like, it's not saying, no, I don't know, because I don't fill up there. Maybe we spray the truck fill yard too. But they're, list A and list B are not comparing the same thing. Like on special circumstances, that's the site of the truck fill, not the road beside it, which of course in Collington is paved. So to me, the appropriate amendment, if we wanted to amend it, would be to add a new line that says grassland potable truck fill yard and put it on the every second year one. If we think the chemical lasts long enough to be 2 years. But we're comparing two different things here. One of them is a yard, one of them is a road. And so Collington already has what we're giving grassland in Schedule B. Because Collington has dust control, it's called asphalt. In the way I read the list, but maybe I'm wrong.
From the councillor from the area, how do you feel about the?
Well, I would like to see it every year. I just want to see all truck fills treated equally. And if you're explaining it as it is the access road, then I definitely see that point. But that to me then also says there can't be any less dust at the grassland truck fill, for example, than in Collington. And when people are standing there filling their water tanks and someone rips in, because some people are not courteous, they get a face full of dust or dust gets in their water. I think that's the reason to do truck fills more than anything, all of them. But I'd like to see them every year. I just wanted to present it as at least equally and really consider that we're taking care of our citizens because some of their neighbors won't be kind to them or treat their chores, picking up water in a respectful way. And I kind of have the luxury, I would say, of living across from my truck fill. And I do see a lot of donuts sometimes being burnt. And I'm not gonna say I run over there and I'm gonna try to be a bylaw officer, but if it's dusty, it's a fun place for teenagers to play. And if it isn't, I think we see less excitement when you're burning rubber.
Go ahead, please, Counselor Chamsick.
And yeah, no, I agree. I mean, you know what, keeping things consistent and everything in the same place makes sense to me. And my opinion, it should be under major access roads as well.
May I ask a question to my
Please.
colleague? Do you have issues with it being used as like a burnout area?
Sometimes the very road of the water treatment plant as well. It is one of the busiest roads in the division I live in.
Okay, so being that, if I understand it correctly, Schedule A is every second year, Schedule B is every year. So how would we like to make the change?
I could make the motion, help me if I say this wrong, from moving the Collington water fill station from Schedule A to Schedule B. Did I say the access road?
I guess to Counselor Hall's point, I'm a little bit confused as well, because as he mentioned, the major access roads are beside, not in the yard. Well, this is what I'm kind of thinking. We need to make a whole new chart. A little chart in there that has special circumstances for Schedule B. And special circumstances for Schedule B make sense to me for the Collington potable truck fill and the grassland potable truck fill. So grassland potable truck fill would not only have the road accessing it, but the yard itself. Counselor Chamsick.
To my friend, Mr. Mins, in the past, do you ever recall ever seeing the grassland or administration, the grassland site being done on this site?
No, if I can speak for, we do the main road.
Yeah.
And the main road's been done for years and years and years due to the fact that that was our water treatment plant with our water reservoirs, was to keep the dust down from that. They don't do into the actual truck fill as far as I know, because it's such a short distance. It's just the main road running back and forth, and it's been done for years.
Yeah, I just wanted that clarification, and it is a little bit protected because of the field behind as well. Thank you.
Okay, so the question then becomes for our Division 7 counselor. Would you like to see under a chart or added to Schedule B? Because I do believe the Collington truck fill would be under special circumstances under Schedule B. Would you like to see the grassland yard the same? And I mean, of course, this is up to council.
I mean, I'd be willing to try it, but I mean, I definitely am open for if there's a necessity of the actual site needing to be done. I would like some administration advice. I don't know if it's absolutely a necessity for that specific one being done.
Counselor DeHolick.
Yeah, that grassland one, it serves kind of two purposes. One is it's heavy traffic and, and when you come to the pavement, it helps by doing the dust control for a few hundred or 100 meters or whatever.
On
the
the
dust.
access
And
road.
and also the water fill is close enough to the pavement where it'll benefit as well. So it kind of serves it.
So we don't need to actually do the yard site where it is itself. where it
Well,
sits
you
itself.
know what? You're just gonna do it for the first guy that fills up his truck, because when he moves, there's no dust.
So
Unless he
administration,
spills water.
what is your recommendation for the yard itself for grassland fill?
We've had no concerns raised with the administration in regards to dust at the grassland truck fill, if that helps.
Well, just as long as that road is done, I think it's served its purpose and it's been sufficient. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think we have a motion from Councillor Calahu to add the Collington potable truck fill under a special circumstances chart on Schedule B.
Correct.
Did you get that, Miss Leah? All right, if we're ready for the
So we're
vote on
adding
that,
Special circumstance.
all those in
under B.
favor? Are there any opposed? Perfect. So that's one. One down. thank you for that. Now, does anybody else have anything that they would like to further discuss? I've got a few that I wanted to mention. Counselor Hall.
So the financial section on the admin report is blank and I know we can't predict how many applicants will be coming, but because there's been some,
Thank you. One at a time.
I don't need the floor, I can stop.
Please go ahead.
There's been some community comments about the total cost of this program. So just by way of maybe helping to educate the community, do you off the top of your head, can you give us a number rounded to the nearest 100,000 on what this program costs the county per year, or at least what it cost us last year?
To the nearest 100,000?
Well, make it easy for you.
$800,000.
Does that include the revenue that's deducted?
No,
Okay.
sorry. That was the total expense. The revenues would come off that, I believe, to the nearest 100. It was close to 500 was county cost last year.
Okay, so it's a significant expenditure on the county. We can fairly say that the county picks up a big piece of the tab and it's not all dumped on
Yep.
the people paying.
Okay, does anybody else have anything further? Okay, if I may, I'm just trying to get all of this straight here. When we're looking at, I can find it here. Because we're making changes to this particular policy, we had a motion at our last special meeting that was the council accepts policy 3405 dust suppression program as discussed and amended. So do we need to rescind that because we're making further amendments?
No, you don't.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you. Where are we at here? So in the definition portion of the page 62, I believe it is, the definition, there was a question from administration regarding the definition for RVs and how it pertains. And the one in the administrative report wasn't transferred over to the policy. And so the one on the policy is missing the in item under dwelling, item III. It just says is assessed for the purpose of taxation. However, you wanted more clarity on that particular definition. And it's in our administrative report on page 60, it shows a letter A and a letter B to kind of give it more clarity as to what council is looking at. And because I was looking at that, I think part of the thing, the reason why we discussed the definition was because of RVs and et cetera. So I'm proposing that we take the A and B and put it into the policy and add the words under B, a recreational vehicle permanently affixed to the land or a structural attachment that is both assessed for the purpose of taxation and intended to support long-term occupancy. Just so that we can cover whether or not there's permanency or whether they're actually attached, because for example, if it's attached to a deck or it's, you know, a cover that quite often like almost like a pole shed, that kind of thing, those types of things I believe are tax assessed, but not the RV itself. And then if the RV is actually being lived in, as we've heard that they can be lived in year round, if they're permanently affixed to the land, it almost becomes more of a park model or a mobile. So I just wanted to make sure that we captured that. Please go ahead.
I might have misunderstood, but I think that would be ill-advised. My recollection of the discussion was around providing this very expensive service to people who had invested considerably in the property. And the amendment that we're talking about, like the pole shed or the deck, those things have you know, a nearly insignificant impact on the assessment. And to have somebody, you know, have a deck that has a couple of $100 worth of tax assessment on it, I think, and have that be the loophole that gets you in to get $1,000 worth of dust control would be in kind of in against, or would go against our discussion. My memory of the discussion was, if if it's an RV there, it's an RV, do what you want to do. But if it's not, like the definition that we have in the policy is fairly clear. If the building is not assessed for taxation, don't get it. And so I don't think, you know, this idea that you can invest $5,000 in a roof over your camper should make it, like, that doesn't really qualify it, in my opinion. The question comes down, you know, is it a fix then for the better use of the land or for the better use of the thing? And I wouldn't truly call it a fixture. It's a fixed for the better use of the thing, not for the better use of the land, if you see the difference. It's like saying in your house, the doors are fixtures because they're screwed to the house for the better use of the house. But the fridge is not, because it's not attached until you put a water line to the ice maker. Well, that shouldn't count, because the water line to the ice maker is to affix the fridge for the better use of the fridge, not for the better use of the house. And there's a distinction when you're doing stuff. So, and just because I have the floor, I'm going to propose that under definition of dwelling, under part I, at the very end of that sentence, the word "and" should be added. Added.
The word "and," yep. I
It's
see
part
it.
one
So,
and part two and part three. It's
Yep.
not part one. Like, it clarify whether it's and or, and this is an and not an or.
okay,
Anyway, so that's on modifying the definition, I wouldn't support it.
okay. So it was just a question that the administration wanted more clarity. So how does council feel about the different items of definition? We leave it as it says in the policy on page 62 under dwelling, or we look at page 60 where administration was looking for further clarification. In other words, are we worrying about RVs? Because in the current policy on page 62, as you mentioned, it would not include RVs. Go ahead, please, Counselor.
I totally agree. It shouldn't include the RVs. I mean, we're not assessing, we're not getting taxes on those RVs, so I totally agree with what Councillor Hall is saying.
Okay, thank you. Counselor DeHall. Counselor DeHall agrees as well. Okay, so I think we'll leave it as is. Awesome. I know, just as a side note, just for future discussion, when we come to our tax rate bylaw, I was doing a little looking into RVs and this, and whether or not they're taxed in, I believe, Mountain View County taxes. They're part of their property. So something we can consider at a future time. So that moves on to that one. I think clears that one up. And I also was curious about page 64, 3.9, where it says the county reserves the right in its sole discretion to deny a cost share segment in isolated areas with minimal traffic. The applicant may still apply for one or more full cost segments. I know when we had the conversation, we kind of left that one off. We didn't make a motion on that in particular. It was kind of that conversation kind of said, we don't need to go there. And when I look at this one, then it raises more questions. If we leave it there, what is the definition of an isolated area? What is the definition of minimal traffic? You know, how do we explain that to our residents? So for me, I would personally like to scrap 3.9 completely off the policy. Especially since we had that conversation at the special meeting. But I'll leave that up to council for conversation. Go ahead, please.
I agree with you that maybe there needs to be more discussion around that, but I sort of do get why admin would put it in there. My neighbor who has a 2.5 kilometer driveway is a little different than me. That's right on the road. And if he's eligible for a cost share, that's not beneficial to the county, because at that point, that's not a need, that's a want. So I'm not really sure. Maybe we do scrap it for now until we have that conversation.
Well, I know that was regarding setbacks, and we had said we weren't going to deal with setbacks at the time. This one was more, I believe, when I brought my notes, and probably don't have them
I
easily.
apologize. I just like isolated area to me would be you're isolated, you're off the beaten path, so to speak. Right?
See, and that's the thing. The definition would need to be
Yeah.
clear on what isolated
Yeah, I
means.
agree with that.
Yeah.
Kind of a no exit. Sorry, Madam Chair. An example would be the last resident at the very end of a no exit, right? And if they applied, then I guess we would have to make a determination. kind of hard to say no anyway, but
Well, and that's what I mean. It puts a gray area into a policy that should be pretty black and white. Go ahead, please, Counselor Chamzik.
I mean, I see where people are coming from, but that last person on that exit, hunting season starts early and it could be that place where a lot of people go with that traffic and agriculture and
Yep, I agree. Not only that, you have agriculture hunters, but you also have school buses turning around quite often on those no exits. So I'm opposed to that particular item 3.9. Go ahead, please, Deputy Reeve Mins.
I am one of them people in the West. And I'm very fortunate enough to have a whole bunch of trees out in front of my place that stop to dust because I have a neighbor a farming neighbor that goes up and down the road quite often and have the potential for lots of dust there. But I'm fortunate enough with my trees and the trees on their side that the dust isn't an issue. But so yeah, I know I brought this up at the special meeting to say that reserves the right to Athabasca County reserves the right to the right to on their discretion to deny. But this one and it was going down a rabbit hole that we didn't want to go down. So I said, no, I ain't going there. So yeah, I was really shocked too when I seen this, and I would rather see it get removed.
Thank you, Counselor Hall, and then Counselor DeHall.
So my question would be for administration. Are you, like, I would be concerned about the position this puts county employees in, and they have to make that judgment. And I think that council's role is to give them a fair space to do their jobs and not put them in places where where there's some potential for conflict. And so I would ask, through the chair to the administration if
Administration has no problem if you remove it.
Thank you, Counselor DeHollick.
Well, I'm the same thing as Rob. I'm at the end of the road and my wife wants it and I don't want it. So you think you got trouble. But yeah, but I got no problem removing it, because you're under the road and the bus comes. Well, the bus comes twice a day, and there's not going to be that much traffic at Hunters. The Hunter may come once a day. You would justify doing that, but you're yeah, right. So I would totally agree with dumping it.
Okay, thank you. Do we need to have a motion, or is that just understood by administration? I think the consensus is to remove 3.9.
Well, either that or you adopt the policy as discussed as amended. Either that or you introduce a motion right now and it's clear.
Okay, let's clear it. Okay, Counselor Chamzik would like to make the motion to remove item 3.9 on page 64 of policy 3405. If we're all ready for the vote, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? That's 8-0. Thank you. The other one I had was on page 65, and it's under item 2, multi-lot country residential and lakeshore residential subdivisions. And we had discussed at our special meeting about inhabited dwellings, and that word is missing from the description on note. Subdivisions must have dwellings on 75% of the lots. If we go with the definition of what dwelling is, it misses that inhabited portion for the subdivision. Because you could be in construction, if they're not quite living there yet, you could be in the middle of construction.
Madam Chair,
Please.
members of council,
Yeah.
if I may, when I looked at the definition of dwelling, it didn't have a requirement for continuous residency. It was either seasonal or permanent. So I guess the question would be, how would administration know the extent to which a property is inhabited, whether it is, and that's where I guess I wasn't clear. Is it meant to be that they are at the property 70% of the time? Or is it that 70% of the lots within that area have a dwelling at the lots? So I think that is a point of clarification. And because the dwelling definition doesn't speak to permanent residency, I guess we would just need some clarification on how you would define inhabited.
Okay, thank you. That's kind of where I was going with it as well, because, are we going to be applying dust control during construction, I guess, of homes. So that's kind of where I was thinking about it. We had talked about inhabited, that people were living there, like in other words, the building was complete. So where is council sitting there? How do you want to look at that? Because for me, if say for a subdivision starts up and you've got all these homes in construction, you're talking 75% of the lots are now, they have some sort of a dwelling on it. Please go ahead.
Madam Chair, if I may, I can tell you what discretion we used when we were assessing the 75%. And it was that it had a completed home on it. RVs were not counted. If it is a park model unit that is stationary, it was counted. So they had to be completed, was what we used to determine whether or not it was 75% inhabited.
So do we need to make that clear then in our dwelling definition of permanent residency?
Sure.
Sorry, go ahead, please, Councilor.
I missed the very first part of that, but I mean, it kind of deals with it anyway. Like if someone builds a cabin and they only want to live there half time, it doesn't matter. Right? Like if it's in a subdivision and there's a house that someone chooses to be a snowbird and I mean, if there's a built structure that's assessed for taxation.
Okay, nope, just curious, because
I mean,
like I
I
say,
think
when
it's
it goes,
covered.
yeah, okay, if everyone feels it's covered, that's great. I know it was a question that I had because just the fact of construction taking place. And if I may, is there certain tax assessments that happen for midstream construction? I don't know. It has to be wait until it's built?
The condition date is December 31st and the valuation date is July 31st of the same year. So whatever the condition is as of December 31st is the assessment for the subsequent.
Okay. Alrighty, so that clears that one up. And then I was just looking to make a different, and I'm trying to go through both pages because of course we got them here this morning. So on page 66, which would be page 5, we have, I see the Minnook address has been added, which is great, but it's not quite correct. It should be Southwest 66522 west of the 4th. So we're just missing a number there on the new item, on the other one. And the South Athabasca Hall should actually say South Athabasca Cemetery. And I see that that is the correct legal, because that was missing in our first note. But what's missing under special circumstances, just, I know that the cemetery, when it gets done, the South Athabasca Hall will be covered. Do we need to list the South Athabasca Hall under special circumstances just because the other halls are there just for clarity purposes? I know, like I say, once the cemetery is done, the hall's done. Go ahead, Councillor Tamzek.
I like that consistency personally.
I feel the same. Deputy Mins.
Could we put, leave it under cemeteries, but put / hall?
We could, but it's just the title of this chart is cemeteries. And the halls are all listed under special circumstances.
Oh, okay. Yeah, either way, sure.
Go ahead, please.
Just to back up what Reeve Holland is saying, I mean, Richmond Park Hall and the Richmond Park Cemetery are separated, so why wouldn't we make it consistent for South Athabasca?
So the Richmond Park Cemetery and the hall are similar to what South Athabasca Hall is? No.
Those are separated, so like
Okay.
you're asking for yours to be separated, if others are as well, then if we're making things consistent today, then, and keeping with that theme, but Councillor Capitania has.
So we would need to add Richmond Park Hall under special circumstances? Is that what you're saying? Because I'm not seeing
I'm saying you want.
the South Athabasca. Hall.
Yeah, right, so it should mirror the consistency of the others.
Okay. So in that case, then, if, go ahead, please, Deputy. Oh, go ahead, please. Councillor.
I think that I'm getting what Deputy Mins is saying, And it will look like it's a completely separate application. So we do maybe need to have something like an asterisk that says it's still only one application because they're across from each other. And I like that it's listed, but it's you got maybe attention to the public to say it's not two applications.
Yeah, I agree.
That's all. That's what I'd be concerned about.
Counselor Hall's.
It doesn't need to be, like, let's just simplify this, we're overcomplicating this. It's like, what's the point? We want dust control in that section, name one of them and put dust control down. Who cares? The hall, cemetery, the hall and cemetery together?
I guess it's,
Because it's not two applications. We don't do all halls in the county. Right? There's lots of them we don't do. Let's move on. We're splitting a hair that I think has been split so many times already, we're gonna have trouble finding it.
well, like, again, it's consistency and there's a couple of us that feel consistency is important. So where is everybody at? We'll just take a quick poll. Counselor Hall's a no, Counselor Callahan.
But whatever's easiest for admin and whatever is consistent.
Okay, I will take that as a yes.
Thank you. I'd agree. I should, with Councilor Callahan said too. I'm agreeing there.
As a yes?
I think we could change hall to cemetery because cemetery is gonna be there forever. The hall might, who knows, sooner or later, the hall might shut down or something. I hate to see it ever happen, but I would be okay to switch hall to cemetery and then just leave it. But or the other way. I'm
So you don't need to add the South Athabasca Hall under number 3. You're a
no.
You're a no, okay. I'm a yes.
I would just cross out hall because all the other cemeteries just say that it's or the.
Okay, yep.
That would be.
Okay, so you're a no, one, no. You're okay or no now?
No, I'm a yes.
You're a yes?
I'm gonna be a yes as well.
Okay, Mr. DeHoe, okay. So what that means then is that South Athabasca Hall will be added with an asterisk under special circumstances, number 3, as Councillor Kapchaniak's idea was very well said. One application applied under South Athabasca Cemetery. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just so people understand it's one application. I think that's what matters.
Yep, absolutely. And then the legal land on that is northeast 25, 65, 23, west of 4. And I think, so I don't drive you all nuts, that's it for me. So I think then do we need a motion for that, folks, or that's just as amended? Oh, go ahead, Deputy Reed Mins.
I had one here right at the beginning, page 59, CC 26-106. For some reason, we have Grassland Cemetery in there, and Grassland Cemetery has a Highway 63 out in front of it. And that little ring road, we've never done that. We've never done that. I don't know where that come from. So
We would have to rescind the motion. Because it's already a past motion. To remove it.
It's not listed in group 3.
yeah, it's not listed. I just didn't want all of a sudden somebody jump up and say, okay, well, it's in here now. So let's do it. And it's like, huh?
You'd only be doing your driveway.
Yeah, like there's a little ring road around there and it's
Yep, Counselor Chamzik.
Just for my clarification, you mean the whole ring road around it?
well, it
Right,
says
that's-
Grassland Cemetery here. So the only place that we could put calcium down at Grassland Cemetery is around that ring road that
And it has never been done in the past.
no.
And that would be a huge taxpayer increase to be able to do that. I have never had a complaint about it.
No.
Okay, so it's currently not included in the policy or the schedule, even though it is in the motion. Do we need to rescind the motion and redo that motion? I'd hope not. I think it's an understanding. Okay, so 3405 is the way it sits, so it's not in the current schedule, so
Right.
we're not adding
Okay.
it. Okay,
Okay, no,
does that work good?
Yeah.
Work well, I
That's what
guess. is
happens
better.
when you read the agenda.
Okay, so from what I understand, outside of the motions, because we didn't make a motion, Counselor Hall would like to add the word "and" on page 62, dwelling, letter I, so that it flows, each item has to be part of that. Where is my reading? Here, contains one or more habitable rooms that constitute a self-contained living accommodation unit having sleeping, cooking, and toilet facilities, and is intended as a permanent or seasonal residence. So that "and" has to be added. Okay, we got that one. And I believe you have all the other ones with the South Athabasca Hall change from one to be cemetery and one got all that. Okay, I think we're ready to go, folks. If I'm not mistaken. Does anybody else have anything else? Counselor Hall?
The only other comment really is, I just don't, why wouldn't we number the definitions? Is that, like, we've numbered every other section? Put 2, applicant means, it's 2.1, cost 2.2, because then it's fairly straightforward to.
I missed what you said.
It's just number the headings under section 2.
Sorry, numbering the headings. Okay, that's all good for administration then.
Because it's consistent.
Yep. Okay, I'm just going to, I'm missing a page. Here it is. This is confusing. I'm getting back to the recommendation here. Because there'll be one more after this. Counselor DeHolick will discuss the one-off. So we'll discuss that right after we get through this motion on the policy. So the motion who would like to? Okay, Deputy Reeve Mins would like to have council approve policy 3405 dust suppression as presented and discussed. I think hopefully this will be the last one. As amended, pardon me, as amended. As amended. Do we need "and discussed"? Because we didn't do all of them. Just want to make sure we don't miss anything. I don't want it coming back. Do you want to read the motion back, please, Leah?
Moved by Counselor Mins to approve policy 3405 dust suppression as amended and discussed.
Perfect. Thank you very much. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? 9-0. You're for it. 9-0. Okay, thank you. Before we leave this
Can have a
item
party.
though, if I may have, yeah, thank you, just so that it's easier for Counselor Capitania or Counselor Chamzik. Okay, so we had discussed the one-offs. So Plamondon Connector and the Tower Road as being a totally different item all on its own. So in that thought, I kind of wrote something down and I'll throw it out. I'm not going to say it's on the
So as a
floor.
point of order, Madam Mayor, there's no agenda item for this.
Right.
Could this be something that comes back as an agenda item? So we've
Right.
all had a chance to think about it.
Absolutely. That's what I was just going to suggest. So it would be, I wrote this down and it can be wordsmith. So I'm not saying that this is the actual motion. I'm just giving the idea that to direct administration to bring feasibility, length, and cost information for dust suppression on Tower Road and the Plamondon Connector to a May committee of the whole meeting for discussion. Is that fair?
I'm gonna say, how did we get to Tower Road and Plamondon Connector?
Because it was
Why-
part of,
no,
our-
no, like, we've got lots of busy roads. Do we all get to add our favorite road to just dust control the whole thing? Should we do Slaughterhouse Road too? Like, I know the Plamondon Connector is a big discussion. And, we know that Tower Road matters to some certain individuals. But I think there's probably other roads that are potentially comparable. So I'd be worried about providing direction to say, just figure out these two. I don't know. I think there's other roads that are busy. And, if we want to limit it to that one specific problem road, I don't like the idea of limiting it to 2.
thank you, Counselor DeHolick, pardon me, and
Well,
Counselor Chambliss.
I think we have to set a criteria. And think by doing two, that we can do that. I don't know about including a whole bunch of roads right now. I know like the Slaughterhouse Road and all that stuff, but I don't know if we should be looking at two, or you look at a lot, it's gonna be big bucks for this tax season. I don't know.
Counselor Chamzik?
Well, I think you're right. We all have roads in our division that would be beautiful to be done. Is it possible for administration to bring the top 3 roads, 9 roads that came up within the traffic counts that make sense?
Absolutely. You know, I totally get where you're coming from. I was looking at the traffic counts myself as well. And we had discussed Tower Road at our special meeting and we've discussed it, I think, one more time prior to that as adding it as the one-offs, but Councillor Callahan?
Yeah, I just want to mirror what Councillor Chamzik said, because yeah, opening it up and maybe getting some more advice and seems more open, right? Because I might, in my area, get people from Pleasant View, that road's traveled as an LPAC connector in my area, might question why I didn't speak on their behalf and it was just narrowed to 2. So I like that idea, Councillor Chamzik.
You're asking for based on traffic counts, the top 3?
They have pardon me, I mean, they went through that big study at the end of our last term. I mean, we've seen them everywhere. I'm assuming that data would be available.
We'll defer that to administration.
Yeah, I can see what we have, Madam Chair, I can see what we have for historic traffic counts. The traffic counts we did last year we only did 55 locations, right? So.
So do you want 9 or do you want just the top 3 large biggest traffic?
Is it just a sheet that's all there? Just the whole sheet? Or?
No.
No? Okay. Just wondering how it's presented. But I would say, can you narrow it to the highest traveled road in each division?
I can try. I don't know what historical information's there, but I can try.
Councillor Stasiak, we haven't put a motion out there yet. So Councillor Stasiak and then Councillor Hall.
Through the chair, from my recollection, we spent a whole day discussing a lot of this stuff, and part of their discussions had to do with how much more is this going to cost, et cetera. So it is, Connector Road is brand new to me. I just heard about it just now through you, of course. And I think let's just try and limit this thing down to something simple. And like I said, we've discussed this over and over and over. And yeah, all the roads are important. My 245 is important, but not as important. So let's just keep it to a minimum. If we have to discuss Connector Road, let's do that, move on. Even 4 or 5 is still spending another hour discussing the same thing that we discussed at the special meeting, I think.
Thank you, Councillor Hall, and then Councillor DeHollick.
So we just spent 2 days talking about our priorities. We've had, conversations where we've asked our admin to tighten the budget and reduce costs and all of this. Like, where is the money coming from? I think we need to say no to all of this. And if we're going to do anything, it's to come up with a plan for how we're going to manage hard surfacing our roads and where we're going to fund that and prioritize roads and let's get, probably the majority would think the Plamondon Connector will rank in the top 2 of the roads. Let's figure out how we do that instead of just pouring more cash down the drain that we don't have, that we haven't budgeted for. And we've agreed on some priorities. This wasn't one of them. And on top of it, admin, we got to get out of the habit of just, I have a new idea and I want to do something and I want. So I said Slaughterhouse Road because it's a busy road too. And we can't just say Tower Road because it matters, because it's here, or they're all important. Let's figure out a plan to solve the problem instead of just pouring money on Band-Aids. And I don't know where the money's coming from. I don't think anybody at the table knows where the money's coming from. And we've already made a budget. And from my perspective, our budget's already way beyond where we need to be. We need to still rein it in, not keep adding to it. So I'm just wondering, is this really the right thing right now?
Thank you, Councillor DeHolly.
Well, yeah, I agree, and I always understood that on the connector, we were just gonna do the dangerous parts of it. If we had to do the whole thing, it's 8 kilometers and it's a, a lot of money. I understood that it's just the dangerous parts of it, a couple of corners and where Blue Jay Road connects to the connector.
Councillor Calhoun.
And no disrespect to the London connector, it probably is, like Councillor Hall mentioned, in our top two, or like Councillor Stajik said, Pleasant View might not even be an issue, but we still need to answer to our ratepayers why that discussion didn't come to the table and why we magically just came up to this road. Like, they do deserve clarification in that matter. I think is just why we do just want to identify some other areas so that people feel that they're being heard and remembered.
Thank you, Councillor Stasia.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I think our explanation to our ratepayers would be, we spent a day discussing it and we felt that there's a budget and we just cannot, well, I guess we shouldn't say we cannot, we should not be exceeding our budget after that much deliberation on it. And I'm sure that the taxpayers are going to understand why we did it. We could also say we're going to do every road in the county and they wouldn't grasp that either. So I think in all fairness, I think the explanation we can use is that, yes, we did consider all your roads. We had to cut the line someplace, just the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to mention it wasn't something that was asked to be on this year's budget. It was just for information to be brought forward, which we can do at a later date. And that's what I'm hearing from everyone, that maybe when we discuss our budget for 2027, that we revisit this. Councillor Chambliss.
That was exactly my intent. It wasn't for now, but I mean, it's future planning too.
Absolutely. So I think because there wasn't a motion on the table, we've kind of hashed this out here a little bit, and I don't think administration's too crazy about dealing with this right now anyway. So, because it's asking for more and more information. So maybe it's just a heads up that this is something we would like to talk about come the next budget round. Is that fair? Thank you, folks. We're going to move on. Awesome. Thank you. We can definitely take a break here, folks. It's 11:29. If we could return at 11:35, does that give you enough time? 11:35. We're just returning from a brief recess. We are at our point of our agenda 7.1, which is on page 77 of your agenda package. And this is with regards to bylaws 013-2026 Development Authority, Subdivision Authority, and MPC, as well as bylaw 014-2026 text amendments to the land use bylaw that we talked about or had the public hearing for in this morning. I will like to turn the floor over to administration, if I may, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of council. So the history on the file is that back in November, council asked administration to review the Development Authority bylaw, which then led to a more comprehensive review to include the Subdivision Authority and the Municipal Planning Commission. We have presented you with, we went through the committee process, and today I think if council is ready to give second and third reading to both bylaws 13-026, which is the consolidated bylaw with the planning authorities, and bylaw 14-2026, which is the text amendments, as you said, there was a public hearing for. As I did mention in the public hearing, as council had previously brought it up, is that although there are changes to where the authorities are being identified, the authorities in themselves are not changing, being that the Development Authority is the MPC in the certain circumstances, inclusive of the Variance Authority at 10%, and the Subdivision Authority in all instances, and then the Development Authority, or pardon me, the Development Officers in the other instances. So if there are any questions, though, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you so much. So basically bylaw 13-2026, just from, I understand it, is just to clarify the different authorities. It's just to specify their titles and their responsibilities.
Madam Chair, members of council, yeah, essentially, right now you have three bylaws that establish each independently. So what this does is it brings it all together and kind of a little bit modernizes it and clarifies those roles and responsibilities, but it in no way changes the authority of the Municipal Planning Commission or the development officers. That is still consistent with what it is today.
Awesome, thank you. I think we'll do the first one, bylaw 13-2026 first. And if we'd like, go ahead, please, Councillor Hall. You would like to go ahead to give second reading? All right. Is there, Councillor Hall?
I'd like to propose an amendment to specifically put this on the record. I would propose that we amend 5.1 A and C to delete the words 10% and replace with 50%. And I'm moving this to align it with the administrative recommendations, which both reduce red tape and improve service levels and turnaround times on development permits. I think we do really need to consider how we handle development and put that on the record.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we
I'd like
had,
to have it as a vote as we're passing the bylaw, please.
I'm sorry,
I'd like it to be a vote. Excuse me, I have to grab it.
you'd like to be a vote as an amendment to the bylaw? Yes, understood. And I believe we also had the conversation when we were discussing this particular bylaw that we were not comfortable with the 50%, that we had chosen the 10% variance. So if we would like to discuss the amendment first, as a, I kind of feel bad because Councillor Hall has had to step out. So if we could leave that for just a moment, we may have another amendment, we're not sure, but I would like to get some clarity on item 7.5 that says, when a registerable instrument is submitted for endorsement, the signing authority is authorized to accept minor modifications from that approved by the subdivision authority, provided, and then we go to item E, changes comply with municipal bylaws, with the exception that minor changes to the land use bylaw standards may be included as provided in section 6542 of the Act. So when I go to 6542 of the Act, it specifically is related to the subdivision authority. So if I could get some clarity on that, it's so item subsection 654 sub 2 of the Act is a subdivision authority may approve an application for subdivision approval, even though the proposed subdivision does not comply with the land use bylaw, if in its opinion, and then it lists, it's unduly, doesn't unduly interfere, et cetera, et cetera. So because the Act specifies subdivision authority, but the bylaws mentioning signing authority, I just, please, if you could give me some clarity, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, members of council. So essentially, in this instance, the subdivision authority is delegating that authority to the signing authority.
Okay.
Lots
Right.
of authorities in there. But I think that the point is that the modifications are really going to be quite narrow in that it has to be consistent with all of the items that are listed in 7.5. So no increase in parcels, the reserve are not compromised, roads are not compromised. And so what this last subsection E states is that it still acknowledges though that there might be those slight tweaks to the land use bylaw, but it still has to meet everything else that is stated within here and be very, very consistent with the subdivision authority's decision. And it's really just to consider that when they actually go on site and do a survey plan, it might be just a small change in the pardon me, the site plan, between the site plan and the survey plan, there might be just a small measurement change that it doesn't change any of these other factors. And so that gives that authority to the signing officer just to acknowledge that they're very narrow changes.
Okay, so like you say, it takes the authority from the subdivision authority to the signing authority. And if there were minor tweaks, it would have to come back to the MPCs, we'll say, if we don't give it to the signing authority. To delegate okay. So long as everyone understands that. Is that clear, Councillor Chamzek?
So for clarification, MPC would be giving the authority to
To the signing authority.
the signing authority.
Yes. And that, like I say, it mentions in the act, it's specific to the subdivision authority. So we're basically saying in the bylaw that even though the act says the subdivision authority, we would give the authority to the signing authority, which is the development officers in planning and development rather than the subdivision authority at MPC. If I got that correct. Yeah.
If I may, Chair, in 6542, when I looked it up in the MGA, that all relates to neighborhood enjoyment value, those types of things as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's so basically the 654 sub 2 in the act mentions, like I say, the subdivision authority may approve an application if in its opinion, I'll go back to this, the subdivision approval, even though the proposed subdivision does not comply with the land use bylaw, if it's in the opinion, the proposed subdivision would not unduly interfere with the amenities of the neighborhood or materially interfere with or affect the use, enjoyment, or value of the neighboring parcels of the land, and the proposed subdivision conforms with the use prescribed for that land in the land use bylaw. So that portion goes back to the subdivision authority, which is the MPC. This is correct, the subdivision authority, yeah. So this bylaw that we're looking at would take that from the subdivision authority, we would give the delegation of that act portion in the act to the signing authority. Go ahead, please.
Madam Chair, if I may, that is, so the subdivision authority at the time of making a decision has the ability to vary as it states in the act. So the subdivision authority, which is the Municipal Planning Commission, will still be making that decision. It comes time to endorsing the subdivision plan. If there are minor modifications in the plan, based upon what was submitted in the application, that's where the signing authority would have the ability through this delegation to approve them. But again, they would have to be considerably narrow, given the other requirements to meet all the lots, the roads, all of those
Yeah,
things.
Madam Chair, I'll go further beyond that. Like, the MPC still has to review and approve all the subdivisions. Nothing changes. So when someone brings in their plan for final endorsement, let's say they had to move one side yard because it was going to blow through a stand of trees that they didn't, and they move it over 3 meters. That's kind of a typical one. Or they had to keep it away from a shed that they didn't realize. So it moves it a little bit. This provision is the status quo today. There's no change. That's how we do it today. That's all.
Okay, thank you. So now that we have Councillor Hall back, if we could go to the amendment, if we're ready for the amendment, that he would like to change 5.1, this is on page 81, change 5.1 A and B from 10% to 50%.
And C.
Oh, pardon me, A, B, and C. Okay, all three. So 5.1 in its entirety, from 10% to 50%. If we're ready for that particular vote, all those in favor? We have 4 and opposed. Thank you. And 5, that amendment fails. All right, so on second reading, I believe it was Counselor DeHolick. Counselor DeHolick would like to give second reading if there's no further discussion to bylaw 013-2026. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, and opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Second reading fails. And if I'm not mistaken, if second reading fails, the bylaw fails.
Yeah, the bylaw is dead, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. We are on the,
Sorry, Madam Chair, there
What do
that
we
was
do?
one bylaw. There are
Yes.
other bylaws.
yes, bylaw 14-2026. Sorry, okay, so we're on to second reading of bylaw 14-2026.
Well, Madam Chair, they kind of work together, so there's no point proceeding with the other one. So
Okay,
next item, Madam Chair.
okay, I appreciate that, thank you. We have,
Can we ask, so before we move on from this item for admin, what are the impacts now? Because this was a cleanup of a historic mess, or not a historic mess, but to modernize.
Yeah, we'll
How does
go
this
away
impact
and
how we do
we'll,
this?
we'll provide a report on what the impact is. We're trying to clean it up and modernize, and that's okay. No biggie.
thank you. I think if we would like to tackle 8.1, if everybody's ready for that one. It is on page 91 of your agenda package, and it's the 20-year grader replacement plan. And I would like to turn the floor over to Mr. Morton, Director, Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the previous meeting, there was a discussion around the, I guess, warranty periods and associated with graders. And so what we've done is we've put together a 20-year replacement schedule for council, showing, what it would look like on a 5-year, 7,500 hour rotation, which is pretty typical of how graders have been managed by municipalities for a long time. What we're seeing now is a bit of a move or a shift towards going to paying the extra money associated with warranty and go into a 7-year, 10,000 hour grader replacement schedule. And everyone has the handouts to compare the two, I believe. And it really boils down to something as simple as, on a 5-year, 7,500 hour rotation, over 20 years, you're going to buy 63 graders. By switching to a 7-year, 10,000 hour warranty, you're buying 43, right? So it's significantly less. And then if you break it down by year and you take in the warranties and everything, you can see that there's a savings every year. I'm not sure. I mean, we've shown that if we go to a 7-year, we basically have to buy additional warranty on previous graders that were purchased on a 5-year. So we would have to go back before they come off warranty. We'd have to purchase the additional warranty for those. We've included those costs for you there. You can see basically it's $500,000 over the 20 years. We have to do the same thing for 3 graders on a 5-year plan. So those ones are included in the cost. They're not broke out separately, but if you look under 2027, you'll see the cost of the graders. 3 of them have increased. That's because of the additional warranty. So we wanted to show this to council and get your support to move to a 7-year replacement schedule. And we currently have, our tenders are closed. We're just waiting to order the graders for this year, but we need direction from council on if you support the move to a 7-year before we order.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask a quick question? Is there a policy that specifies when extended warranty should be purchased? Do we have anything to make sure that we're staying?
I am
on that?
unaware
You're
of a
unaware.
policy.
I am as well. Okay, so how do we, because it was missed, so how do we ensure that it doesn't get missed?
Well, how it was missed, don't know.
Right.
We have different staff know that you don't let equipment run without warranty.
Right.
The important graders, I mean, if you have a 15-year-old dozer, yes, you're not gonna have a warranty. But I don't have an explanation for a lot of decisions that were made in the last 6 years.
Right. So that's just what I mean. How do we safeguard so that we don't run into that same issue, right, of missing the extended warranty?
Well, this schedule says extended warranty will always be purchased. So if you adopt this,
Okay. That
in
covers it.
either one of them, it says we're always buying extended warranty for the graders.
Perfect. That's what I needed to know. Thank you very much. Does that account, Councillor Kelly?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Director Morton. I can tell a lot of work went into this. I'm not a grader expert by any means, but as a ratepayer, I would definitely support the 7-year plan for you. Thank you for putting the time and effort into this and finding some cost savings and some warranty.
Thank you. Councillor Stacey?
Thank you through the chair. Was there consideration taken here about buybacks? Do we presently have a buyback on the 5 and what is it? No, 5 and 7 as opposed to the 7 and 10?
Yeah, you can see on line 26, it has the sale of fixed assets. That's basically the value we're going to get for the graders when we replace them. You'll see they start out fairly small. And that is because some of them are off warranty and high hours, but you'll see that buyback increases as the graders stay on warranty. And
But
so
however, is there a buyback on the 7 and 10? Or we're on our own selling them through Ritchie Brothers or something?
Oh, so we assess at the value of the buyback. So you're talking about the guaranteed buyback
Yes.
from Cat or
Manufacturer, yeah.
John Deere. I'm going to tell you, I assess the auction prices versus theirs every time. Theirs deal isn't always the best. It used to be years ago. It was hard to compete with. It's not always the best price anymore. So we ask them for a price and we ask for guarantees from the auction as well. And
Okay.
the
Yeah.
last number of years, it makes sense to go to auction in some cases.
Right. What my concern when I first looked at this was that if we lose a value by keeping them that much longer, does that offset the extra we would be paying for a 5 and 7? Like, if we're guaranteed more money by getting rid of the grader sooner,
Yeah.
is that offset by the value we may or may not get at an auction?
I'm gonna say yes. That, because there's, what we've been told for graders that are on warranty, it's basically $65,000 per unit. Difference. So you get $65,000 more for the one you sell at 5 years old versus the one you sell at 7 years. 65 to 75 is what they're saying. If they're both on warranty.
So another question, maybe a little off the topic here. Do you do any factoring about leasing them maybe? And we don't worry about what they're worth at the end of the day? Or is that, I don't even know if that was ever discussed over time, but I started thinking about that the other night and I thought, well, just wait a minute. Maybe if it's costing us a pile of money per grader to replace, what would the least cost be by just leasing them for 5 years or something like that?
That's something I would have to look into. I'm not aware of a program of that nature. So
Thank you. Deputy Reedman?
That's it. Thank you. Thank you for this information because I was the one that actually asked for it to make sure that everybody knew the pros and cons to going from a 7,500 to a 10,000 hour. So it looks like it's more in the pros, which hopefully everybody understands. The other thing that I was wondering about is we have, are the spare graders in this?
Yeah.
So we're gonna go from a fleet of 13 graders now to 17 graders that are on warranty?
Well, you currently have a fleet of 16, right?
Yeah, but we.
Two of them were spares.
Yeah, two of them are spares, but our spare graders were never on warranty before. The spare graders were put there because if the graders are ones that were on warranty broke down, it was kind of like we had a spare there we can go and put into that area and then actually get money for that spare, because then the companies didn't have to bring up a loaner grader per se. But they would pay us, right?
Correct.
So does it make any sense to have our spare graders on warranty?
I'm not sure that this includes keeping them on warranty. It does keep our spares renewed. We don't want to get them houred right out. You'll see the only one that's going to the auction this year is worth $50,000. Well, that's because it has 13,000 hours.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's not all-wheel drive. So, you know, I guess our perspective is that we do have them included in the replacement schedule, but that does, you know, we have to account for them because they're part of the fleet, but we might be able to drop those every second time, right?
Yeah.
I was just trying to compare apples to apples, so I wanted to show the entire fleet, but if we decided that the spares just have to be replaced every second schedule, we could do that.
Okay, yeah, because now we'll get into that predicament of all of a sudden not even getting close to 6,000 hours on these spare graders if we're going to keep them in this situation, right?
Yeah.
Like it's
not a terrible place to be when you're.
It's not. No, you're right. It's not a terrible place to be into, but to add that money in there, to me is we have 14 grade areas, so we need to have 14 graders on used to be 13, now it looks like we're gonna have 14. We need to keep them on warranty and the buyback and all that stuff, but the spare graders we always had just for spares. And
I understand that, but when you see some of the breakdowns costing $100,000, it's not necessarily a bad thing to have your spares on warranty either, if you can. So
yeah, but it does cost more money.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. So I guess with selling the one grader, selling the 720. John Deere, the old one. We're gonna go back to only having one spare then? Okay. Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
I think, do we have a motion, folks, on this one? The recommendation here is that county council approves a 20-year grader replacement plan, 7-year, 10,000 hour warranty option as presented. I don't know if there's any, Councillor Callahan?
If nobody else has any further discussion, I'd like to make the motion to approve the 20-year grader replacement plan with the 7-year option as presented.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? We're ready for the vote. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? Awesome. Well
Thank
done.
you.
Thank you very much for the information you brought on this. It's really appreciated. And I think that we should break for lunch at 12 o'clock and we will be back at 12:30. I knew it was gonna be selling. All right, we are back from our lunch recess. We are at item 8.6 on our agenda, page 114 of your package, and the counselor expense claim. And this one here was brought forward as per as it mentions in the background for the policy. In the event that there is a conflict that arises, the details of the matter shall be referred to council for decision through resolution. So I will turn this over to council as to begin the conversation. Councilor Callahan.
I'd like to start with a question, just if we could have clarity on the specifics of the conflict and if there was conversation prior to that with those involved.
What was the last part?
If there was a prior conversation that happened with those involved for further clarity.
Prior conversation, okay. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there was a conversation that happened in close, and that's where the conflict was discussed at that time.
Oh, sorry, my question was, did a conversation happen with the person whose payroll statement it is?
The only conversation that took place was to contact Councillor Kaptaniak prior to the RFD going in so that she was aware of it. And as it was discussed in an email went out and explained that exact courtesy that was given, so she wasn't blindsided.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. And with regards to the conflict, I believe Deputy Reed Mins.
Well, I honestly don't think that a counselor should sign up for a seminar and go into this seminar and not actually take the seminar, but to Zoom a county council meeting that day, all day. You can't do two things at once. If you went to the seminar, you go to the seminar. If the county council meeting was that important to be at, you should have actually stayed at home and either Zoomed it from home or come into the actual meeting. But to pay mileage, meals, rooms, registration, and have the counselor Zoom the whole county council meeting from wherever the seminar was, to me, that's a conflict. That's a huge conflict. We've been told over and over and over, we have to sharpen our, be fiscal, and sharpen our budgets and all this stuff. And all of a sudden we see this, like, to me, it's a conflict. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chisholm.
Can I ask who authorizes in the end, our timesheets, our expense claims?
So as per our policy 2009, as it's mentioned on the background of the RFD under 5.1 sub E, elected officials shall submit their expense claims to the council corporate signing authorities for authorization within 60 days of month end. The corporate signing authorities are Deputy Reed Mins and myself. Councillor Chisholm?
So then this was sent to you?
Correct. So timesheets all come to me, and when there's a conflict, as it mentions in section 6.3, that the timesheet then comes to council for resolution. You're welcome. So where do we want to go, folks? Councillor Hall?
So for clarity, you submitted this to the agenda, or Councillor Mins, or you both did together?
Because of the conversation that took place in
No,
closed.
it's like, who is it prepared by?
It's prepared by the council corporate signing authority.
So the two of you
So-
together.
When it was discussed and closed, I did not feel comfortable signing the timesheet, which is why it's here.
Okay. I guess I'm just wondering if we can get a little bit of additional. I mean, this isn't a public part of the agenda. So I think we need to be able, like, I'm having trouble understanding specifically what the conflict is. And more clearly, I guess, could you help me understand the problem or policy violation that brings rise to the so-called conflict?
I think if I'm not mistaken, how I understand it to be is that when the decision was made to attend a seminar, there was registration, there was mileage, there was meals, there was a hotel that was paid for. And we have our agendas come out usually a week before the meeting. So if the agenda felt, was felt by, I cannot speak for on behalf of Councillor Kaptanic, but if she felt that this is just a surmise and this is where the conflict is and has to be explained, if she felt that she would like to attend the meeting, then going in and charging for meals and mileage and registration and the hotel, and then attend a meeting, the decision could have been made to cancel if she felt that the meeting was more important to attend than the seminar.
So you've twice said hotel, but when I review the expense statement, there's no hotel booked. There's no hotel claimed. I don't know if there was a hotel there, but okay, there was.
So the
So
hotel
the
was-
question though still was that hasn't been answered is, please help us understand the policy violation. What part
Again,
of
the policy, as the
what-
policy
what-
says,
Can you
if
give
a
us a
con-
line reference, please?
if the conflict arises, which is listed on the background,
No, that,
or
I'm
a
sorry, I'm gonna
conflict
interrupt.
arises,
I'm sorry, brief, that's the policy on the conflict. We have a policy around paying expense claims, paying remuneration to counselors. Conflicts generally arise around, some kind of violation of that policy. Is there a place where this claim violates our expense claim policy?
I don't believe that the information in the policy mentions under 6.3 that there needs to be a violation of the policy. It's a conflict arises. And a conflict arises, the details of the matter shall be referred to council for decision through resolution. So because the policy mentions if a conflict arises, that's part of the policy. That's where we are today.
So taking that the next step, then anytime there's something that somebody doesn't like, whether it's allowed in policy or not, it could become a conflict and come to council for resolution.
If you would like to change the policy to make
No,
it
no,
clearer.
that's a question. I'm trying to understand the guardrails here. We've got. I'm still trying to figure out what's the conflict that violates policy?
Go ahead, please, Councillor Chisholm.
Well, from what I can understand and what I see, I think the conflict is being at two events and one costing more than the other event. And I guess how much of the actual conference was attended would be also a question. And so I do believe there is a conflict and it is being brought forward. Unfortunately, it's a little uncomfortable for all of us. But it's a good learning experience for myself too, as to what can be or can't be charged to back for expenses. So that's a good learning experience as well. But it is definitely a conflict. I don't dispute that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hall.
So there's no policy violations, but then for clarity, it's a conflict because I'm not sure. Would it then be okay to say leave early because of a scheduling conflict? Or because of a scheduling overlap? Is it a problem where, for a counselor to be at a session and that runs till 5 o'clock and have to leave at 3? Is it, I'm just trying to understand what is the standard we're all being asked to live up to? Because it seems like it's a moving target. If I am at an event and I go to the Reynolds Mirth one and have to leave early, is that a conflict now that's going to show up here? Is it if during this meeting I've had to address a couple of things with one of my children on my phone? I apologize to you all for grabbing that and leaving, but family matters too. And so is that a conflict? will my March timesheet be on the agenda in April because of that? Because I've been doing two things at once. I guess I'm trying to understand where we're going with this.
Well, I think if I may, what you're referring to are short amounts of time. What we're referring to here, what we're seeing here is there was a seminar that was about 9 hours and 15 minutes in length. And the meeting was from 9:35 a.m. or 9:30 a.m. until 3:34. There could only have possibly been 2 hours of attendance at the seminar. So being that we're looking at a situation, we are accountable to our ratepayers. We have to be accountable for our expenses. And when you look at a situation here that could have easily been rectified by canceling if the meeting was felt to be more of importance than the seminar. And because it was not canceled and not attended in its the majority of its entirety, I have to agree that I struggle as well, especially since we have to be accountable to our ratepayers to look at a situation. You can't be at two places at once. And that's what we're looking at here. So I struggle with it as well. I don't know where council wants to go with it, whether or not they would like to continue to approve the mileage and the supper that's listed here. The registration, I think, according to the was 209 plus tax and fees, and then I don't know what the hotel was, but there's quite an amount, I'm going to say, hazard to say around $600 that really wasn't required if person chose to attend a council meeting instead. But that's, go ahead, Councillor Capitania.
Thank you. With your permission, I forgot to include the itinerary in my report, so I'm going to hand that out to everyone.
I have a copy here.
And I will speak when I get back to my microphone.
Thank you. I do have one that was given to us by Brownlee.
Not exactly the one. Okay, so I will speak. I was going to try not to, because I really still don't understand where I violated any policy. Important things were on a council meeting, and my repairs deserve to be represented whether I'm at a seminar or not. But if you look at the breakdown, which I worked very diligently on, Brownlee starts at 8 a.m. I was there for an hour and a half before council even began. Brownlee takes long breaks. 2 coffee breaks equals an hour of time that I was in council, that I didn't miss at Brownlee. Our lunch break was a half an hour prior to theirs even starting for an hour and 10-ish. So I worked it out. By the time we closed, Brownlee was still going for an hour and a half. I did miss a total of 3 hours of Brownlee, giving me 6 hours of education, networking. And if you, I want to say, don't consider the seminars that I missed, I still brought back all of the PowerPoints that anyone can have at any time. I have them on a file on my computer. I know I've attended this seminar I think pretty much every year since elected last term, and it is different every year, and it's an awesome place to be. I don't go to it because I want to skip it. I am a woman. I can multitask. Yes, there was parts of the council meeting that I kept my camera off and I was sitting in the back of the room. And so be it. It's not that there was anything that was going to interrupt anyone else there or interrupt here, but I feel like I'm being put on trial for doing my job to the best of my ability. And the best of my ability was to not cancel and waste money, because the cancellation dates would have been, there's a cancellation date. I don't know what it is, but you don't get your money back unless someone takes your space. And who is going to do that? And then furthermore, I didn't feel like I could trust my colleagues to defer something in my absence that may have been important to my community. And that's where my heart was, is that I needed to try to do both. I never have seen in this entire council a question where, because you don't think I can multitask, you get to decide if I use my learning account for something or not. We all get the equal amount of money to use for learning for seminars. We all get an equal amount of money to go to conferences that we choose, build our skill set for our jobs, for our communities. I didn't leave and go shopping. I didn't go to a swimming pool. I didn't go to a spa. I didn't leave RMA early or not show up at all. I did a council meeting to the best of my ability while trying to attend a seminar. And again, if you look at the breakdown, where I have these little arrows, are the only parts that I actually missed completely. And that's when I had to go to my car for closed especially. And even then I was a little disappointed because I had to run in to go to the bathroom and I ran through that whole parking lot to get back. And my colleagues couldn't even take a 5-minute recess to let me vote on the closed session that I just participated in. Just a little courtesy. And that's fine. I lived with that. My bladder wasn't going to live with that. But the point was, I was there for a reason and I was there to represent my district. And I would do it again. There's nothing that I would change about this if it came again, because I don't believe I did anything wrong. And if anything, I did the best job I could do that day. And yes, I can do two things at once. I'm a woman.
Thank you. Councillor Stasia?
Thank you, Natasha. I appreciate what you're saying. And I heard you talk about RMA. Can I have your opinion on fall RMA? We tried for 2 days to get a hold of you in the last 2 days and no response, couldn't find you.
I have no text messages from you on my phone at all.
It was a joint text from.
I don't have any recollection of that.
Just curious, because
I don't necessarily have to talk about what I'm doing at RMA. at
So
this
RMA
conversation.
Just hang on, please. Councillor Stasiak's not done, and then
No,
My friend,
there was some discussion about.
there was some medical issues and I don't
Yeah,
want to talk about that in
and-
public, okay?
Whoa, one
I'm
at a
sorry,
time,
we don't talk
please.
about medical stuff in
Excuse
public.
me. One at a time. Councillor Stasiak has the floor, please.
Yeah, there was a group of us that sort of decided that we were gonna get together for breakfast or at least acknowledge where we were, what we were doing, who was going what direction. And there was a few counselors that didn't respond and we kind of looked around to see if maybe they didn't get our message or whatever. And I'll be blunt with you, you were one of them that we couldn't find, didn't hear from. And I don't know, I'm not disputing it. All I'm just asking you is what your opinion of something like that. Like, in my opinion, if I was paid to go to RMA or to a seminar, and we all went to different ones, and I made a very clear point of actually being there, and I feel guilty, I would tell somebody, whether it's the CAO, the REEF, whoever, that I can't make it that day because at least somebody knows, and yeah, I'm good with that. So,
Someone did know.
okay.
It
no,
wasn't
I-
you.
Okay, no, that's fine. I
Okay,
just was
thanks.
curious what your take is. on it.
Yes, yeah, don't worry. Yeah,
Okay, thanks.
yeah, leave that.
I'm sorry, but I think the key people that are supposed to know didn't know. And when you mentioned the courtesy of not being able to use the washroom, we were in closed and all of a sudden you were gone. There wasn't a request to say, hey, can you guys take a recess so that I can take a personal convenience break and then come
I
back?
was leaving my phone on in the car so that you would see that it was in the car, that it wasn't with me. Sorry.
Sorry, but that was not my recollection of how this all went, and we could actually play it back, and it's very confusing when all of a sudden you look up and all you can see is out of window of a car, and you're not there. The other point is as you mentioned, you can multitask. Well, that's great, but effectively to be able to sit and vote on all of the council meeting items and then still continue to listen to a seminar, I'm afraid to say that's something that's very rare in my experience of being able to concentrate effectively on two different items. Councillor Callahan.
No, I just wanted to say, like, we need to refocus on the specifics of what's on the agenda, not talk about past and stuff. The question was asked a long time ago in the closed section about the absence, which I did answer. If you don't recollect, I'll remind you guys later. Anyways, let's just like refocus on this day and this stuff specifically, please.
Correct, so that we don't drag this out.
Yes,
and,
correct.
Understand. Do we have a motion that that council would like to put forth with regards to the charges on the February 2026 timesheet for the Brownlee seminar supper and the Brownlee return mileage? Councillor Hall.
I would make a motion to authorize the expense claim as presented.
Okay.
And because it relates to this, let's make it a recorded vote.
Okay. All right. So the motion on the floor is to authorize the timesheet as presented. Is there any further, pardon?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, is there going to be discussion on the motion or we're just going to, so because I'd like the last word right before you call the vote.
I'm sorry?
I'd like the last word per the procedural bylaw right before you call the vote.
You can go ahead with a final statement. It's not final word, but it's a final statement. If you wish.
Are we calling the vote immediately after?
Has everybody had their discussion with regards to this scenario? Please go ahead.
I'm really struggling with this item. If, like, for a lot of reasons. So I'm obviously going to vote in the affirmative to authorize the claim. But I look at it and I think if submitting this was the right thing to do, then why wouldn't the author put their name on it? You know, to me, to see this on the agenda is a disappointment. And it really demonstrates this lack of trust at the table. The fact is there is no policy violation here. And I'm still at a loss to understand the motivation behind putting this on the table today. This kind of personal targeting and judgment of each other is not why I came to this table. I don't want to be part of this. And I'm disappointed that there wasn't a genuine attempt to resolve the issue between the signing authorities and the counselor, like a conversation beyond just a notice before the meeting. We have to do better than this. We're not here to judge each other in this way. And we need to pass this and move on and use it as a learning experience. But this is the stuff that is really dividing us and we've got to do better. So I'm sorry, but I don't like being in this position.
Thank you. And as a final statement, it leaves a lot of space for comments that were made that should be retorted, but we will go forward with the vote. If everybody is ready, all those in favor to accept the timesheet as presented. Recorded vote. So we have Councillor Kapitaniak, Councillor Hall, and Councillor Callahoo. And those opposed, Councillor DeHollick, Councillor Chisholm, Councillor Chamzik, Reeve Holland, Deputy Reeve Mins, and Councillor Stasiak. Is there a secondary motion to move forward? So we're able to move forward with the timesheet for it to be implemented. Would that motion be to remove the Brownlee seminar supper, Brownlee return mileage?
I'll make that motion to remove the mileage from February 11th, the supper from February 11th, and the mileage returning home from February 12th.
Okay. Are we ready for that?
Two things. Can we get a legislative reference on the legislative authority to do this? I don't see anywhere in our policy that gives council the ability to do this kind of off the cuff swings at colleagues. And for clarity, I'd like this to be a recorded vote.
Okay, so first of all, you would like legislative clarity. So to do that, we would need to go into a recess and we would need to request the CAO to provide legislative clarity. I do want to remind folks that we do have a remuneration policy that we are accountable to our ratepayers to be expensing our expenses with that in mind. If everybody would like to recess at this time so we can receive some advice from our CAO, please do so, and that will come back at 1 o'clock. it's my understanding that our policy is as it reads, that when a conflict arises, the details of the matter shall be referred to council for decision through resolution. The resolution that was made, or the motion that was made, pardon me, was to remove 3 items from the February 2026 Division 2 timesheet for Council Kapitanic, which is the Brownlee Seminar mileage to the supper and the Brownlee mileage return. Those 3 entries. If I'm not mistaken, that's a resolution or motion of council. We're able to go through as far as policy 2009 is considered. Are we ready for the vote, or is there further discussion?
But just before I give up the floor, I will say to my colleagues, this is a slippery, slippery slope and a giant mistake. Put yourself in your colleagues' shoes and ask yourself how you would expect your colleagues to vote.
Thank you. Anything further? Anybody else would like to add? Okay. Ms. Blair, you have the motion? Okay. As per Deputy Reeves' motion, we're ready for the vote. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 recorded vote. Was it Councillor Hall? Pardon me, Councillor DeHall, Councillor Chisholm, Councillor Chamzik, Reeve Hall and Deputy Reeve Mins and Councillor Stasiak, and those opposed, Councillor Kapitaniak, Councillor Calahoo, and Councillor Hall. Thank you.
I have a supplemental motion I would like to make.
I'm sorry.
I have a supplemental motion that I would like to make.
I also have one as well, so we'll start with yours.
So I would move that notwithstanding policy 2009, all councillor expense claims be forwarded to council for approval hereafter.
Thank you.
We can avoid the awkwardness of this discussion by making it our routine practice to just include these timesheets and expense claims in the agenda. I mean, we put the minutes and everything else in, so why not the timesheets? Now,
Thank you.
in support of that, I'll say that I am not afraid for my claims to be exposed and transparent at every meeting, because again, I think on this, there's nothing to hide and it should be a recorded vote.
Thank you. In addition, Councillor Hall, not only the expense claims, but I also believe that our claims, okay, let me back up. All of our expense claims are put online that all the public can see, but what's missing from them are registration fees, hotel fees, any kind of airfare, any of those other things. All we're seeing right now is meal receipts, and if you pay for the registration yourself, then that would be on there. But we're not getting a full picture to our public of what actual expenses are made by councillors, right? And so in addition to, and I'm wholeheartedly agree that we should have our expense claims on the last meeting of every month because of exactly this situation. It puts not only myself and Deputy Reeve Mins as corporate signing authorities in a difficult place. I believe that it would bring transparency and accountability to our ratepayers, but I would like to see all of the expense claims. So if there's a hotel charge, if there is, any other type of charges that we're currently not seeing that we know exist, I think we need to be fully transparent, and our ratepayers deserve to see that. So I am wholeheartedly in agreement that they need to come forward. That was actually my supplementary motion as well, but with the addition of all expenses be included. So Councillor Hall, do you have your motion? Do we need an amendment, or do we add to it that all expenses be brought forward?
I've made this motion. That's where I'll leave it for council to make the decisions on.
So can you read your motion again so that Ms. Blair has it, and then if there's amendment, we'll put that forward.
Notwithstanding policy 2009, all councillor expense claims should be forwarded to council for approval hereafter.
Okay, thank you. So if you've mentioned all councillor expense claims, I think that all our expense claims include, well, our expense claim, we don't put hotels down because they're paid for on the credit card. So I believe the amendment that I would like to make to that would be to include receipts for hotel that are not on our expense claims, for hotels, for airfare, for any of those other items that we don't claim, that is an actual expense and is accountable to our ratepayers to show. Councillor Stacey.
Thank you. Just for clarity again, can you re-explain that to me? Like I'm curious where I would, okay, as I'm understanding, we do not have to put in a hotel expense claim because we don't know where to get it from anyway.
Right.
Okay, and now if it comes at the end of the month, when our timesheet, our mileage claim has not been entered yet because we're still at the meeting.
Yeah.
Can we put in a number that we anticipate it's going to be, or
It would go to your next month.
so the last meeting goes to the following month then?
Correct.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. If that makes sense. Well, like actually, you know, your mileage is going to be if you're here. So, you know, your last, actually, you're right. It would go to the next month. So we're going to have a lag, right? We're going to have a lag that would be transferred over to the following month for those remainder days of the month. Okay? Does that make sense for everyone? Okay, so the amendment would be to include receipts for any other expenses that aren't on our expense claim, but have been accrued, or not accrued, but have been charged. I don't know what the word is right now because I'm talking on top of my head. Go ahead.
Thank you. One other question now is, would that be typed or written on a page, or would that come through our computer as it is now?
No, I think.
Because council wouldn't see it then if it's on,
It
I
would
guess they
have-
would, you'd have to have all of our computers here.
It would have to come through, administration would have to include those receipts. So the hotel receipt, administration has those. So they would be able to include the registrations. They would be able, because whatever receipts that administration has would be included as a whole picture of all of the expense for
Right.
that counselor.
But our mileage claim from meetings within that month, generally, I put them on the computer
Mhm.
and send them to you.
Yep.
So would now I be putting them on a sheet of paper so the council can see them, or how does that work?
No, your expense claim as it's submitted now, instead of submitting it to the corporate signing authority, you would be submitting it to administration to include in the agenda.
Got it. Thank you.
And it would have to be within the deadline, because it's usually a week before the meeting, so it would have to meet that deadline. So everybody's gonna have to understand that this next month is gonna be a little wonky. Does that make sense? Okay, so on the amendment to also include with the time expense claims on the agenda to include all receipts for expenses. I don't know what the word would be. It's not even accrued, but I don't know what the word would be. The expenses that have happened, or help me, folks, wordsmith with me. So all expenses for hotels, registration, et cetera, that have not been paid by the counselor, but paid by administrator or paid by the county need to be included. Okay, so we have a full picture. I don't know how to word that, Leah.
Moved by Reeve Holland to amend the motion to include all receipts paid by Athabasca County.
Yeah. For each, against each counselor's expense claim. Again, for each counselor, but it would be attached to those expense claims, those receipts. Does that make sense, Counselor Hall?
No, it absolutely doesn't make any sense here. Once again, we're taking something and overcomplicating it. We don't know the bills for that the administration pays on our behalf. Why can't we just simply ask the administration to provide a one-page, once-a-month summary of what they've done? So when they do the RMA bill, it's like RMA, counselors, in a list attended, and here's what their rooms cost. But to expect council to start to have to collect it from admin, and then they're going to compile it anyway. Why don't we just ask? There's not that many of those expenses. So if the administration books a conference for us as individuals, it'd be relatively straightforward to just have a spreadsheet where they mark down the counselor's name and what the room was and what the registration was, and print that once a month rather than attaching it to our individual sheets. The same information is there, but it's just more straightforward, consolidated, and simple.
Well, I understand what you're saying. It wouldn't be for the counselors to obtain that information. It would be administration including it with the timesheets They have the receipts, those receipts. So for example, our hotels are booked in each of our names. So you have your expense claim, and then behind that, administration adds whatever receipt. As far as I'm concerned, we need to be transparent to our ratepayers, accountable to our ratepayers. They need to see what our actual budget is. We are supposed to be keeping track of our budget because we are responsible for our budget. So if, up to this date, a whole lot of us haven't been asking for that information. We've been just waiting for a report to come. I think that if it's done monthly, it's clean, it's clear, and everybody knows what's going on, when, where, why, and how. And that's just my personal opinion. Councillor Chamzik.
I personally like that I have to be accountable for it, so I have no problem with that. But when we do form this motion, I'd also like to ask it to be a recorded vote as well.
Okay, for the amendment. Councillor Stasiak.
Thank you. I struggle with this a little bit because it's my understanding that that information is already available online for ratepayers to see. No, it isn't.
We
Okay,
do
so-
not see on our online right now, we do not see our hotel receipts, we do not see our registrations, we do not see any of that.
Okay, so far I thought this machine was running reasonable. And I do my best due diligence to make sure that there's nothing going crossways. And if I think there is, as you know, I always ask and present it so that I'm not stepping outside that boundary. I'm a bit reluctant to have administration go through a lot of extra work. I think they're busy enough, and they, to do this for whatever reason is fine, but not really convinced yet that it's necessary. I'm not going to say one way or the other how I'm going to vote on this right away, I guess, but I just kind of shake my head because as I see it, this was a one-off instance, and maybe this will solve a learning curve, and maybe this won't happen again. I don't know, but I don't mind. I'm totally transparent. I don't mind that at all. It's just, I don't want to create a whole bunch of extra bureaucracy or paperwork or anything that could just drag things around. So not quite sure at this moment yet. Hopefully you have a moment more to think about this.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reed Mins.
We would, regarding that, about putting the timesheets and that on council agendas to be approved and everything, we wouldn't be the only ones that ever do that. There's other municipalities, I'm sure, but that send out their timesheets to council and so it's nothing new sort of thing. I understand what you're saying, Ken, that you don't want to cause a whole bunch more work, but this could actually, the pro of this is that then everybody gets to see and everybody's transparent on what's going on out there, right?
Please go ahead.
Thanks through the chair. I just want to make one thing very, very clear to council. If I happen to make a mistake on my presentation, it ain't because I purposely did it. It's going to be a little bit of a learning process for me. I'm hoping that it works out well, but just so you all understand that I don't want to get caught in some kind of a trap that I made a mistake and now I'm going to be shredded for it.
No, understood. Just one at a time, please. Just to respond, the only change that's taking place right now is instead of sending it to me, you're sending it to administration to be put on the agenda. Okay, and then the amendment would cover any receipts that we don't put on our expense claim, but is against our expense budget. Administration would attach them to each individual counselor's time. Okay, so that our ratepayers see it in a clear, transparent way. And I believe, Councillor Hall?
I said, why don't we just leave it to admin to figure out the best way to report that respects their time?
Well, I think that's great. For them to report, put it into a spreadsheet, I think would take longer than just to attach the receipts behind everyone's time expense claim that it belongs to. We should be paying attention to that and asking for it anyway, because we are supposed to be keeping track of our budget according to our policy. So I'm okay with not asking for a spreadsheet. I'm okay with just attaching the receipts. Councillor DeHollick.
Well, I really don't know why we're nitpicking this like that. It's just, it's not much of a problem. well, you know, we've got a Reeve that we all respect and trust. Why do we have to change anything? It's her job to check the timesheets. Check the timesheets. If there's a problem, bring it up like today. It's not gonna be happening every day, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Chamzig. Counselor Callahan?
So as Councilor said, I mean, other councils do this, and I think because we were already sort of asked to vote on the integrity, for lack of a better word, of a colleague, I actually think this might clear up that in the future. We're transparent with each other. I don't think it's a big issue if other councils do it. If you've got nothing to hide, it's a non-issue. You're just forwarding your stuff to a different person. It's not a big deal.
All right, Counselor Chisholm?
I do agree. It's not a big deal. Like, just send it to. And your receipts. I mean, if you expense something yourself, and make sure your receipts on it as well. So,
Yep.
And transparency. I mean, this is a learning curve. And I think it's not a big deal. Let's just go with it.
Thank you. You're good. So are we ready for the vote on the amendment? The amendment? I'll ask Miss Leah because she has it typed out. I don't have it written. Thank you.
Moved by Rafe Holland to amend the motion to include all receipts paid by Athabasca County for conference registrations and hotels.
Yeah, all expenses. Yeah. Including but not limited to. Including but not limited to. All right, if we're ready for that amendment, all those in favor? Recorded vote, yep. We have Counselor DeHolick, Counselor Chisholm, Counselor Chamzik, Reeve Holland, Deputy Reeve Mins, Counselor Stasiak, Counselor Callahan, Counselor Paul, unopposed? You're opposed, Counselor Capitani?
No, I'll vote for it.
Okay. So all 9, Counselor Capitani is in, so that amendment passes. So that amendment now on top of Counselor Hall's motion to bring the time, notwithstanding the policy 2009, to bring the time expense claims to the last meeting of the month. Counselor Hall, last meeting of the month is okay?
No, I don't think we need to get into the specifying the date. That's not part of my motion.
Well, if we don't have a specified date, we're going to have timesheets all over the place.
No. When the timesheets come in, they go into the agenda and get approved. It's not, they can go through consent, they can go through whatever. If there's a question, they can come on to the discussion. We have 60 days to get them in the 60 days, and they'll show up on the agenda that meets the timelines after your 60 days. I'm not rewording what I've said.
Do we make another amendment to Counselor
Can I
Chambliss?
make that amendment for the end of the month?
So the amendment would be for the last meeting? So that they were concise, we're in one place. All right. Is there a discussion on the amendment? Counselor
Just-
Stacey?
Just a little explanation, so I'm clear with it.
Pardon me?
Your amendment, sorry, what, can you explain it so that I understand it?
So it would be the last Thursday of the month.
For the
It
last
has to
meeting.
be in 1 week prior to that Thursday, though.
Okay, so.
Is that it? Is that correct, Leah?
To be ready for the last meeting of the month. So it would be when the agenda deadline is for the last meeting.
So in some cases like this past week where we had 3 meetings in a row, those would not be entered then because we'd have to have it presented on the following Friday.
I guess not, but administration's really good at giving those deadlines and we get those emails regularly.
Okay, so just so, yeah, I just wanted, as I said in my prior comment, I don't want to screw this up and make a mistake somehow because I put one date in too much or one not enough or something like that. I don't want to make this complicated. I'm all for the transparency thing, but just let's be clear here that maybe, well, I guess we can't. I was going to say, could we have maybe said, let's go to the following month and everything from the end of that month goes this way, everything beyond goes to the next one. Is that a possibility? I don't know. I'm a bit concerned about knowing when that cutoff is for
I-
what meetings we're going to?
I think once we run through it once or twice, it would
It'll come
get
to
like
me.
second
Okay, no,
nature.
good enough.
Yeah. And the cutoff would be for the agenda of the meeting of the last month. So
Okay,
that, yeah, and those deadlines are sent out regularly.
and you
by
will
email.
correct me if I make a mistake.
Absolutely, I'll help
Good,
you out.
thanks.
Would it be easier if we said cut off, like cut off at the end of the month to be put onto the county agenda on the the first meeting of the next month? Because then you're looking at what, 30 days or 40 days? Right?
Exactly. This is why getting so much, like, we're getting into the micromanaging again. We have 2 meetings a month. It's not that hard. Agenda item, throw whoever sheets are in there. Because right now, when March ends on the 31st, then you've got to submit it for the last meeting. So now I'll get approved on the 23rd of April, the way we're talking, and then whatever, another 10 or 15 days. I mean, that's fine. I mean, I don't care about waiting, but I know there are some individuals who will need that sooner, depending especially on what they spend. And although we may have opened the door to getting early payments with some of the stuff we've seen in the past, we haven't traditionally done that. So now you're talking about finished on March, submitted for the 23rd of April, paid sometime in May. We're getting into the weeds, guys. Just put them in the agenda. They can come up every time and move on.
Counselor Chamzik?
I don't think I can micromanage transparency, but I don't know if it's possibility if administration has any solutions of how to streamline this better, but I'm just all for, let's get it on the table.
Well, I don't think administration is going to weigh in.
No.
I think Deputy Reeve Min's suggestion was for the first meeting of the following month.
I'm totally
And
amendable.
then
So
that
that- If
covers
that
your-
makes it easier.
Covers your full month?
Yeah.
Does that
Covers
cover
your
it?
full month and
Yeah.
it's close to
Okay.
where we.
All right, so are we all in agreement that your amendment is a unanimous decision?
No, it's not. I do not agree with it. I've said that a number of times. Call it to a vote, please, and record it.
Okay, so the amendment was for the last meeting of the month. He does.
We can just kill it and then just move it to the first. I'm
Exactly.
good with that.
So on the amendment, we, pardon me, for the last to submit our timesheets for the last meeting of the month. All those in favor?
Could you read the amendment for us?
The
please?
amendment was to submit the time expense claims for the last meeting of the month. Okay, and again, Deputy Reeve Minns mentioned the first meeting of the month would capture the previous meeting, which Counselor Chamzik figures is a better idea, but you would like us, you were opposed to going unanimous to pull that back.
Again, for clarity, so what you're saying then is that the cutoff is at the end of the month for the first meeting of the
Not
next.
this amendment. We have to kill this amendment to go to what you're
Okay, all
looking
right.
for.
Okay, I like his idea.
So if we're ready to kill the amendment. So the amendment is, if you don't want this amendment, you're gonna vote opposed, okay? For the last meeting of the month. Those in favor? And those opposed? I don't see any other way around it. It's 8-0, it's dead. But the problem is, we're only allowed 2 amendments. So we can fix this another day.
Yes, we can.
So on the motion, and I'll get Miss Leah to read that for us. That was Counselor Hall's motion. Please.
Moved by Counselor, or sorry, just give me a moment, please.
Yeah, so my amendment is included in Counselor Hall's motion. Yeah.
Moved by Counselor Hall, notwithstanding as per policy 2009, all counselor expense claims shall be forwarded to council hereafter. and to include all expenses paid by Athabasca County, including but not limited to registrations and hotel reservations.
Thank you.
Just to correct, it was forwarded to council, add the words for approval. For approval. Does that include lunch then too?
Sorry,
Does that include lunches?
I think lunches are under a different budget. Different line budget, yeah, so it doesn't include our lunches unless we are at a seminar or wherever we are. So those will already be on our time expense claims. Are we ready for the vote, folks? All those in favor? Are there any opposed? Perfect, we're done. All right, we are moving on to 9.1, which is the community events calendar, page 141. Counselor Townsend. Oh, sorry, Counselor Callahan.
For the March 2026 event calendar, we need to remove the Richmond Park Hall Bingo from the 16th. That already happened on February 16th. That must have just not got removed. And on the 28th, which is looking to become a very busy day, I'd like to add the Richmond Park Easter potluck, wagon ride, and Easter egg hunt. The hall will be open at 3 p.m. that day.
Thank you.
The March 28th. And if you want to come for the Easter egg hunt, Jack, you need to bring your own basket. That it does say that on the poster.
Thank you. Anybody else? Counselor Chamzik?
March 23rd is the Grassland regular meeting, Egg Society regular meeting. The 27th is our Soup for Seniors at Grassland Hall. April 13th is the Prospeda AGM at 7 p.m. And sorry, on the 17th is also Soup for Seniors for Grassland Hall. And on the 27th is the Egg Society meeting.
Thank you. I also have an item and I'm just trying to find the name of it. It's a celebrity serving evening. I'm just trying to find it. It's on March 15th at Boston Pizza. It's a grad 2026 fundraiser where the proceeds from that evening, celebrity service dinner, something like that. I can't remember the exact name of it, but I will find it. Yeah, so that is on February 15th. Celebrity Server Night at Boston Pizza, 5 to 9. That's what it's called. March 15th. Thank you, Councillor DeHolick. March 15th, 5 to 9, Celebrity Server Night at Boston. They recommend reservations because it is quite a packed evening. Again, that's for a grant fundraiser. Are there any other items? Go ahead. Okay, Councillor Chamzik would like to move that we approve the event calendars as amended. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? Oh, I've got Councillor Kapitanic now on Zoom. Councillor Kapitanic, are they there? Being that I,
God, it's so hard to unmute on my phone. Yeah, I approved the calendars.
you're good for the event calendar. Okay, so that's 9-0. Thank you. 9.2 is our council meeting calendar, page 143. Go ahead, please, Councillor Campbell.
April 13th is the county library meeting.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Hall?
I would just note that the Water Commission was canceled on March 3rd.
Okay.
And if there is none, I move to receive them for information.
Okay, I'm sorry, you would like to put the motion? When we're done? Okay. I also would like to add, let me see, March, where are we at here? Today, March 12th, we have the an RCMP meeting at 2:30 to go over the priorities with Staff Sergeant Hall before he leaves with his successor, and that is including Mayor Blais as well. And I believe that's all I have. Anyone else?
Yes, I do.
Counselor Stacey?
Yeah, there's Blue Heron on the 13th of April,
Here on 13th and at 1:30.
30.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I think we've got it all. Counselor Hall would like to approve the calendars as amended.
Nope, I said to receive for information,
Actually, one more.
Well, they've been
Okay.
amended.
to receive as amended.
Okay. Go ahead, Counselor Stacey.
We have FCSS on, no, I don't, sorry, that's Community Futures. Yeah, I've got Community Futures on the 15th of April.
15th of April. Community Futures. Okay, and at the time,
Not available at this moment.
okay. All right, I think we can receive the calendar. Counselor Hall would like to receive the calendars as amended. Counselor meeting calendars as amended. All those in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Perfect, 9-0, thank you. And if I'm not mistaken, we need a motion to go into closed. Counselor Deputy Reed Mins would like to go into closed session.
What, sorry?
All those
Oh,
in
I'm sorry.
favor?
Aye.
And I don't see any opposed. That's 9-0. Thank you very much. We're going into closed. Going into closed.